my second time attempting to stream. Um, my second time attempting to stream since last night, where I ended up streaming until 2:30 a.m. So I woke up really late, but not as late as I did yesterday. So that's progress. Anyway, I'm trying out a new set of mics. Well, this isn't new. Actually, I've had this since my the last time that I streamed more often, which was like a year and a half ago. However, I'm testing this out because I like walking around and I need to walk around. However, I will change my mic now since I need to turn off the external mic. So I'll do that. Yep, off. And then, yeah, at the same time, I want to spend some time studying. Oh, I forgot to do that. Yeah, I forgot to I forgot to try out like the music. Let me see if it works. It probably doesn't. If somehow it does, that would be neat. Nope. At least if it does, I can't hear it. No, I don't see it anywhere in my yeah, I do not see it. So it must not be working. That's odd. Well, let me pause this then. How could I forget the music? That's funny. At the same time, yeah, so clearly, yes, it has been a while. Since, what do you call it? I've, done anything like this. Last night was like my test run. I don't know if I'm going to stream longer today. Just because I'm still like so new. Again. What happens if I do default? Still not doing anything. At least not that I'm aware of. What are my defaults? Like what is my default? I'm so sorry. Okay. Well, I tried it out and it works. Okay. So the music does work. I do not want it to be that loud. Okay. I need to stop vibing. Like, I got so much to do today. Yeah, so I need to study. However, I'm so like super distracted still. And so I think what I'm gonna do first is do some like commentary stuff, because why not? So actually, I keep forgetting to like set my Chromebook to stay on for longer. So I'm gonna try to do that now. Actually, wait, hold on. Let me private my screen capture just in case. Okay, never mind. I guess only like Windows and Mac OS devices have that feature. This does not. So I guess maybe I can like do some studying while I look over this. I mean, I'm not gonna study because my classes just started yesterday, or at least the material was released yesterday. So I'm just gonna like skim over and try to take notes as I go while watching or like listening to this, because this is what I normally do on a Saturday anyway. What did I do?
Now, is today's internet truly open and fair? Or is it designed to keep much of the world dependent? A few US based tech giants, Google, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, Apple, control the infrastructure, data, the platforms the world runs on. This leaves the BRICS nations highly exposed. The BRICS
True.
countries hold over half the global population. They have massive digital markets and data reserves, but they are stuck using foreign tech stacks that could be turned off, exploited, or weaponized at any time. The threat isn't theoretical. The US has already cut off access to platforms, blocked hardware, and sanctioned software tools. Countries like China, Russia, and Iran have faced app bans, chip blockades, and service shutdowns. The message is clear: digital power is political, and BRICS is waking up to it. One brilliant guide is Digital Sovereignty in the BRICS Countries. This thorough study was led by experts Luca Belli and Min Zhang. It builds on research from the CyberBRICS project at Brazil's FGV Law School. The book explores how BRICS nations can reclaim control of their digital futures. It's the first major digital sovereignty study from a global south perspective. This research doesn't just identify problems, it offers real solutions. Quick note:
I do want to note though, um, although I'm not studying political science, I did get a political science minor, which is why I'm pretty in tune with political type of stuff, and when it comes to having an understanding of different political terms. I do think that using terms like the global south is quite a bit reductive, because honestly, you have global south conditions right here where I live. Um not necessarily like right where I am, but you drive like 5 miles any direction, and you'll find global south conditions. Um, in quite a few of those directions, and so yeah, that's kind of why I feel like, you know, even though my people are literally from the global south, and so maybe I'm overthinking this, but for me, I yeah, I mean, of course, the global south is denoting, those who are not necessarily people in power. However, when it comes to BRICS nations, I have a problem with them calling themselves the global south because um, the elites of India do control a lot of the labor in the West. Same with China. Same with Russia. And in fact, Russia and China are definitely not in the global south. Brazil, I guess you could say that they're in the global south, and definitely South Africa. But yeah, I mean, with that, given that context of what the global south is actually supposed to denote, which are nations that don't necessarily have as much influence as the West, it would be a lie to say that, China and Russia are part of that grouping. Whereas maybe you could argue that India is part of that grouping, but at the same time, in India, they have a lot of um, class. They have a huge class divide because of casteism, because of numerous social and societal, social, political factors, right? But they clearly exercise a lot of influence on other nations. I mean, of course, given especially with the recent escalation of violence in the Kashmir region, yeah, it's very clear that India is definitely a global power of some sorts. It is, in fact, imperialist in some ways that are somewhat similar to China and Russia, but not as bad yet, anyway. But I guess let's listen to the rest.
Note, this video is more condensed than our detailed Substack article. For the complete story of data and power, follow the link in our description. Don't forget to subscribe while you are there. Back to the research. The authors make a compelling case. BRICS needs to build its own digital infrastructure now. That includes independent cloud systems, hardware supply chains, internet exchange points, cybersecurity alliances, and
That's true.
governance models not rooted in Western control. This is more than a technical challenge. It's about agency, resilience, and survival in a world where code is power. Right now, digital
Yep,
infrastructure is dangerously centralized. US firms operate most of the world's data centers,
that's true.
content delivery networks, cloud providers, and
Like even when they say that like a data center is located elsewhere, the US has some control and power over a lot of that data that's co-located in other parts of the world.
submarine cables. American platforms dominate app stores, browsers,
Hmm.
email, maps, social media, and search. Even the
Yeah, I
core
mean, think
protocols of
Google,
the
think the
internet are
App
governed by
Store
US
for
centric
Apple.
organizations like ICANN and IETF.
Yep,
This structure gives the West, and especially the United States, enormous leverage. It's not just about commerce, it's about control. When the Russia Ukraine conflict started, Western companies cut off services almost overnight. Google and Apple pulled payment tools, Microsoft suspended software updates, Cisco stopped supplying routers. These
Yeah.
weren't government decisions, they were made by private corporations aligned with Western
Yeah,
policy.
exactly.
However, this is a gray zone, and we can't be 100% sure that the US government was not.
Yeah, because I mean, obviously, I do not support Russia's imperialist war against Ukraine, but I do think it's pretty scary. Um, how much big corporations, big American corporations, align with the government, and in a lot of ways, I do not see a difference between the way that um government has that the US government has interactions with American corporations and the ways that the Chinese government has you know interactions with Chinese corporations. I feel like they operate in a lot of the same ways, if not the same exact ways. The only difference being that the Chinese government officially has some control over how Chinese corporations conduct themselves, whereas American corporations literally buy out the government. I mean, we see this with um, SpaceX contracts literally um, now being government funded, or like government contracts with SpaceX happening ever since Elon Musk came into play earlier this year, right? We see a little bit of the appearance of capitulation by tech companies with Trump's objectives, but the reality is that those tech companies, they are trying to get favorable contracts with the U.S. government because they know that with Trump they can very easily um, influence Trump in ways um, that they couldn't with the average Democratic candidate, despite obviously the Democratic Party also having being in bed with large corporations. It's usually not in the same way that somebody like Trump, who has been in business and does have those types of connections. Um, yeah, it's not the same dynamic, right? Because with a business person, you know how you can easily manipulate them to get what you want, because that's what business is all about, you know, just the transaction in general. But yeah.
Implied. In effect, digital infrastructure became a weapon of war. That same model could be used on any country that falls out of step. Even allies aren't immune. Europe is trying to rein in US tech power through regulations like the Digital Markets Act and GDPR, but enforcement is slow and dependency remains. For the global south, the risks are worse. Countries with weaker economies and fewer alternatives are more vulnerable to being locked out, surveyed, or manipulated. This isn't paranoia, it's the documented outcome of a system that treats data and access as tools of influence. What's
Yep.
happening with digital infrastructure mirrors how news circulates today. You have probably noticed how fast digital news spreads and how hard it is to know who to trust. The internet has become the main battleground, overshadowing traditional newspapers and TV. Everyone worldwide needs unbiased media coverage, not just BRICS citizens. This brings us to our proud sponsor, Ground News. We use it constantly to deliver neutral
Brix is sponsored by Ground News. Oh my god.
coverage you can trust. Ground News gives you access to over 50,000 sources globally. It doesn't just report news, it maps media biases.
I'm sorry, but with, like, when you Ground News is definitely a Western company. Like when you are talking about, freedom from the West, and then you're sponsored by Ground News. That's kind of, I don't know. Okay.
And compares coverage angles. Their tools help you spot bias using ratings from trusted organizations. You will discover reporting blind spots through their special blind spot feed. See how stories are framed across the entire spectrum of media voices. Over 2 million people use Ground News now. Is your chance to join them. Our viewers get 40% off their Vantage plan for just $5 a month for unlimited access to every feature. Those subscriptions help keep Ground News ad free and therefore free of any bias that comes with paid advertising. Check the description, click on this QR code, or go to ground.news/thinkbricks to get 40% off and support Ground News. In a world of competing narratives, seeing critically is the first step to thinking critically. So, Sam,
That's true.
let's see what BRICS is already doing to guarantee its digital sovereignty. Well, BRICS nations aren't standing still. China built a self contained internet ecosystem. It has domestic giants like Alibaba, Tencent, Baidu, and Huawei. It also developed the Great Firewall and controls its DNS. Russia
Yeah.
created its own root DNS and tests a sovereign internet mode.
Of course, with the Great Firewall, a lot of people do accuse China of censorship, and that's sort of the case. Um, and you can't really argue against that point because that is what's happening. However, um, I mean, the U.S. definitely has its own ways of censorship, right? It isn't to the same degree, but it does happen.
Mode that can run without external inputs. It's promoting domestic services and tightening rules on foreign tech. India launched major projects like Aadhaar, biometric identity, and the India Stack, digital public infrastructure, and it's pushing for data localization and homegrown apps. Brazil and South Africa have lagged behind in infrastructure but are pushing new frameworks around digital rights and sovereignty, with Brazil taking a leading role in research through the Cyber Breaks initiative or investing in independent internet infrastructure such as undersea cables like Ella Link. Each country is moving independently, but there is growing momentum for collaboration. The BRICS bloc has the population, talent, and market size to build something powerful, but only if they act together. A joint framework would mean more than shared cables or common protocols. It would be a coordinated push to create BRICS cloud services that run outside US jurisdiction, independent root servers, and DNS
Interesting.
infrastructure, shared cybersecurity networks, and threat intelligence, common standards.
I mean, to be completely honest, I've always liked the idea of open source. Why am I saying to be honest like it's controversial? It's not. But no, yeah, I do always vie for open source if I can. I mean, with services like Adobe, unfortunately, you can't, right? With a lot of these like privately owned companies, you can't really, rely on it being open source or anything of that matter or anything of that nature. But the reality is that if we had a lot more open source and open, just transparent, um, data, software, infrastructure, etc., I feel like we would be in a much better place in terms of the global paradigm, right? And so I do think that there is a point to be made here, even if I may fundamentally disagree with a lot of, what what like BRICS is meant to do. I get it, but ultimately, of course, I am not for Western hegemony. I'm not also not um for multipolarity, because I do not believe that any number of nations should have a monopoly over other nations. I believe that whether it's the internet, IT infrastructure, tech infrastructure, etc., it should be decentralized and localized as much as possible, while at the same time collaborating and being a part of the rest of the world.
For privacy, data protection, and digital trade, open source alternatives to dominant Western platforms. This isn't about isolation, it's about building resilience and choice. Right now, the internet is open in theory, but deeply unequal in practice. A BRICS framework could rebalance that. The CyberBRICS research suggests several practical steps: data centers in each BRICS nation, legal safeguards for cross-border data flows, regional operating systems, and hardware manufacturing alliances. It's not just about technology. Law and policy matter just as much.
Mhm.
Countries need aligned rules on content moderation, surveillance, platform liability, and user rights. Without legal harmony, technical integration will hit walls. The BRICS countries aren't natural allies. They have different political systems, digital strategies, and levels of development. Trust can be shaky, especially between China and India or Iran and Saudi Arabia, but shared interest in breaking US dominance may be enough to drive cooperation. The other challenge is capacity. The US didn't dominate tech by accident. It
Yeah,
invested in research and development,
that's true.
infrastructure, and education for decades. BRICS nations
For decades, and then went downhill. Um, yeah, yeah, because yeah, because it's a lot of what encouraged Americans to become educated and aspire to, get things like a college education, get into STEM, wasn't the profit motive. It was about the association of patriotism um with learning those subjects that were needed to compete on the global. It's that time again. My setup loves to mess up every few, like, once an hour. So I'm gonna allow it to happen. I'm gonna wait. I'll wait. Okay. Has it passed yet? Okay, yeah. Yeah, so anyway, um yeah, there's that patriotic association between, STEM fields and um, you know, what it means to be American and American exceptionalism and competing on the global scale. Same thing with Russia, of course, and same thing with China currently. Um, and so, if you wonder why so much AI development happens in China, it's because of the fact that their government is investing in education. And although the best universities in the world, many of them are still in the US or the UK, China now has at least one or two in the top 10 or top 20 in the world, I believe. Um, and I mean, like, universities. And so, I mean, clearly it is investing a lot in education. And so, I mean, that is an important um context to impart, right?
Nations need to do the same. There are also a risk of repeating the West's
China already
mistakes.
does it.
China's model, for instance, prioritizes control and censorship. Russia leans heavily into surveillance. If BRICS just swaps one kind
Mm,
of digital authoritarianism for another, the effort will
true.
fail. Instead,
Exactly.
BRICS has a chance to create something new, a digital ecosystem that respects sovereignty and rights. That
Yes.
means transparency, open standards, strong encryption, inclusive governance, and meaningful privacy protections. The
And we could do that in the West as well, but we currently don't because corporations love to make money. And so, that's another reason why I genuinely do not think that, I think that the use of terms like the global south versus the West, the East versus the West, it's useful in the context of um, culture and the ways that government alliances, that international alliances have played out, but with the sense that, um, with the sense of, like what the average person in each of these places experiences, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily go ahead and make that sort of differentiation. If you're trying to measure and compare material conditions, there are better ways to do so, in my opinion. Um, yeah, just because here in the U.S. you find conditions similar to that in South Africa, Brazil. Actually, in Brazil, you can find a lot of economic inequality. You go to like Brasilia or parts of Rio, you can find that in you know the wealthier parts of the U.S., but you can also find conditions akin to favelas here in the U.S. as well. I mean, if you've ever been outside of a major metropolitan area, you know what I mean. Um, and they live in a lot of similar ways. They don't have the tech infrastructure, they don't have the electrical infrastructure. There are cities here in the US that do not even have running water. And so, yeah,
The goal isn't just to protect BRICS countries from the West, it's to build a better model for everyone. Why now? The global internet is fracturing.
yeah,
Geopolitical tensions are accelerating this split. The US China tech war, Western sanctions, regional firewalls, regulatory crackdowns, AI nationalism. It's all pointing in one direction: fragmentation. The dream of a borderless, neutral internet is dead. What comes next is still up for grabs. If BRICS
yeah,
wants a say in shaping that future, it must act now, before standards are locked in, dependencies deepen, and the gap becomes irreversible. The window is closing. Western countries are already moving on AI governance, quantum computing standards, and cheap alliances. If BRICS countries don't get organized fast, they will end up on the outside looking in. But if they do act with urgency and unity, they can help lead the next phase of the internet, not just by copying what came before, but by building a fairer, more inclusive digital order. BRICS needs more than independence, it needs imagination. Digital sovereignty is often framed as a defensive move. And yes, it's about protecting infrastructure, asserting jurisdiction, and avoiding coercion. But it's also a creative project. This is a chance to rethink how the internet should work, to ask who controls information? How should data be governed? What values should be embedded in code? The old model concentrated power in a few hands. BRICS has the opportunity to flip that, to build systems that empower many. The tools exist, the stakes are clear. The time is now.
Yeah, so I mean it makes sense. Um and of course, there is the context that if governments don't have the self-interest to simply be like, oh well, we need to protect the working classes everywhere. Of course, with BRICS nations, they're going to prioritize their national governments objectives, and unfortunately that doesn't always mean make the material conditions for citizens a lot better than they currently are, but rather it's about you know at least you're not in the US, at least you're not in the empire. It's more along those you know take what you can get type of it's that type of deal. Though I do think it is a good idea to have a more decentralized open source internet. uh I do not like seeing myself on screen. People's Tribunal for, what's this? Interesting. We'll return one. Oh, that's a bit long. Giving up on the American dream. I I get that. I get that. Okay, I guess. Why do people bring kids into this world? Oh no. I don't want to seem like an anti-natalist,
Why is everything so freaking expensive?
so I'll
What's
watch this.
happened to the American dream? I'm in the interior design
Listen,
business
live.
and I'm seriously flipping out. Today I'm driving by a house and I'm always checking what's on the market and whatnot. And it is in Darien, Connecticut. Darien, Connecticut. So, Connecticut's fancy
Yep,
area, most aspiring place to live,
we know
etc.
this such.
But I got to tell you something. It's out of control. This is a modern farmhouse, okay? Something I guess most people are still aspiring to, even though it's become a little cliche. The white house with the black windows that look like it's wearing too much eyeliner. And I decided as I'm driving by this house most days, I decided today I'm going to look it up. I, I see that it's for sale, and I decide to look it up. It's on a busy road. It's a sprawling house, not massive. I would say 5,000 square feet. It's on a busy road. School buses are going by all day long. Cars are going by all day long. There's no acreage. There's no vistas. There's no horses, chomping their hay in the background. There's no view of the ocean. There's no, silence, pastoral fields awaiting you. It's pretty much a basic house. A nice house, but a basic house. I looked the house up. Guess what? $6.7 million. It's not even an acre of land. $6.7 million. I'm dying. What
Ugh.
the hell has happened to the world?
Welcome back to our
I'm not
channel,
sure
AI
either.
Crystal. We're diving into something real today. What does the American dream mean in 2025? With everything happening around us, economic shifts, political divides, new technology, and changing values, it's time to ask, what is the
Sorry.
true America today? Is the dream still about the white picket fence and financial freedom?
Nope.
Or is it evolving into something deeper? Something more inclusive, more digital, more realistic? We've got some power.
No, it's evolving to capitalist dystopia. But I guess I don't know why I didn't read AI Crystal. I mean, clearly, as a data scientist or aspiring one, yeah, I know a thing or two about AI. I'm not against AI usage, but well, you know what? Fine. I guess I'll watch.
powerful insights and perspectives to share with you. Before we jump in, don't forget to
I
like
just
this
get annoyed by
video,
the voice.
drop a comment with your take on what your American dream looks like, share this with someone who needs to hear it, and of course, subscribe
It's
to
just
AI
so
Crystal for more
generic. I'm sorry.
conversations that matter.
The American dream is debt. Let's talk about it. All of the aspects of the typical American dream is literally debt. Going to that incredible university, the private out-of-state university or the Ivy League university, you have 6 figures of debt. Driving that nice car,
Yep.
you have a 4-figure car note. Having a mortgage, you're locked into a 30-year loan. If you
Yeah.
want affordable health insurance
I am.
or a 401k, you need to work in that 9 to 5. If you don't want to be screwed by the tax people, you need to get married and have kids.
You
The
do.
American dream is to be in debt and to have so many dependents that you have no choice but
Exactly.
to work and work until you literally can't work anymore and have no choice but to retire. That is the American dream. And we're also taught socially to subconsciously look down on people who choose alternative paths. People who
Which is funny. And this is what I mean by, I don't find terms like, the West or the Global South meaningful for the material conditions of the average person in each of these nations because, as you can see, the way that most people in the US live, hey, fine, we have running water, we have electricity, we have this and that, but it is expensive to keep it up. We literally have no choice but to abide by the system, to abide by working a career for a corporation that kills the planet. We don't have a choice but to participate in the system as cogs in the wheel just so that we can survive. Whereas if we were to be in other parts of the world, yes, of course there would be other struggles, but there's also a lot more freedom in some senses in terms of like what we're able to do. But of course, you know, of course there are problems, right? Like if I were to seriously, okay, yeah, if I were to like move to the, come on, come on. I feel like it might be my. Okay. Well, I literally just turned on my mic, my other mic. But whatever. I'm fine turning it back off. Because I was trying to make a point here, but my audio wanted to mess up. But yeah, I guess my point was that, if I were to move to the Philippines, there'd be a lot of issues, right? Between the government being just perpetually corrupt, messed up, etc., to just like so much inequality. Yeah. But at the same time, being from the West and, with my parents being eligible to, pretty soon receive a social security check. Well, yeah. They, we would be able to survive there. I would be able to just leech off of them if I wanted to do that. And for me, it's like the only reason why that's an option is because I'm still planning to go to grad school, and I mean I'm currently in grad school, of course, but I'm planning to continue my grad school journey from next year on, and so I'll need a place to be, right? As much as possible we're trying to stay here because of I have medical needs that can be addressed here but not there. So do my parents. But if things are not affordable here, don't really have a choice. Um, and so for me, it's like, okay, well, I'm trying to see my options, right? Because there are options that I fortunately do have because I am technically eligible for dual citizenship between the Philippines and the US. Of course, the Trump administration is trying to crack down on dual citizens. Um, however, you know, there's like, I mean, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna go to the Philippines and try to force me to pay out my student loans? You tell me. If they do, would the Philippines even comply with such an order? To mess with their sovereignty? I don't know. Yeah, it's just a complicated political situation at this present moment, right? But there's a lot of things that can happen. Um, for me, for many people, whether they're in the U.S. or they're in the Philippines or elsewhere. Although, of course, the problems highlighted in this specific video so far are, for the most part, Western centric. Because this is happening in Canada as well. It's happening in the UK. It's happening in a lot of parts of the West and Western adjacent regions.
People who are more free than the average person, people who choose not to have children, who choose not to get married, who choose not to work in corporate, people who choose to go to community college or
I want to do all of that. I went to community college. I should not be working corporate, probably. I currently do, but of course, getting laid off soon. So maybe I get a chance. Maybe I get a chance to live my own American dream. That's outside of the confines.
trade school instead of getting, like up to 6 figures of debt at a university. People who choose to drive beaters or to buy used cars instead of brand new cars off the lot. Those people are looked down upon because that is not in line with the American dream, which is to get as much debt as you can so that you don't have a choice but to work. It's just something I've been thinking about a lot lately. Like, the American dream is literally just you getting into debt. So
They don't tell you what American dream, but let me tell you some of the things. Working 40 hours.
Wait, actually, let's go play BBC World Service.
BBC World Service West Africa continues. Everyone has solved every question. That's very important. So while you're shooting, it's very important. Every actor is different, and every actor needs something different. Someone has to.
Wait, I probably need like something better.
Is that still around today, or do you think the unification just worked and nobody is still left anymore? There's still a big gap in the knowledge. Not what you learn at the moment, but what we have. Yeah. thing happens in a woman's life. But and it was also a funny situation because I was traveling a lot around in Germany in cinemas and presenting the film. And always when I was in East Germany, the people laughed a lot. And then they asked me after that, yeah, really, do you do West German cinema? And I went to West Germany, and then everyone laughed. That making me, yes, we laughed. Really, East Germany laughed. You know, and I said, you know what? You're not so different. It's the same. They don't laugh. So it's very funny. I think there is still in the head some differences, but they're not real. They're not real. They're so close now.
Thank you, Nasha. And look at the 2 to 1 and a screen near you or on a streaming platform. You're listening to The Art on the BBC World Service. I'm Nikki Davies. The Dutch filmmaker Michael Dudkovic won an Oscar in 2001 for his short animation Father and Daughter. He's perhaps best known though for his 2016 feature animated film The Red Circle. The film, which has no dialogue, because I don't like talking animals, is about a man shipwrecked on a desert island whose attempts to escape are repeatedly blocked by the red circle. The film was co-produced by Hayao Miyazaki's famous studio Ghibli, making it their first non-Japanese film.
Oh.
The red circle also departed from the trademark Ghibli anime aesthetic. So when the BBC's Mark Remote spoke to Michael Dudkovic, he asked him how the collaboration came about.
The end of 2006, I got an email from with two questions. One about distribution of the short film for Father and Daughter, and second question is, because let's make a feature film, who would like to produce it? Together we would produce it, if we would make it in work with European artists, you propose the story, you propose the design, but also look back at things we with you, and we take it step by step, because it's good for us, work with the non-Japanese director, and with the European film, and have also with us. Right from the beginning, I said to them, I want to do that. Because also, I really liked their consistency, and I was curious how they saw what I did. And they were a bit surprised, maybe they were surprised. And they were very respectful, almost hesitant, like saying, okay, this is our opinion, but you are the director, you decide. But that is the perfect step to ask them anything, because they didn't want to do themselves, but control. That's how they work in the studio amongst themselves.
I'm gonna walk around for a little bit. I need to get my steps in.
I can't ignore that subconsciously I mentioned without my thing. If I can influence the politics and my ideas and my things, I didn't want to anyway develop so much exploitation without finding something like that. Your question is about, and it may happen to some emotions. You ask that the evacuation involved with the when it was completed, and I was invested with the one position with the investment. We have seen the film, and we made some very nice companies, and we said, congratulations, you didn't make a film that looks like a Japanese film. And we noticed it was not perfect. But remember, we were a bunch of European artists, and what we said, and traveled into mostly European artists. Definitely, yeah. Hopefully, they are obscure together, but we really thought we can explore artists.
Michael Dudkovic. So Studio Ghibli are masters of capturing the magic of life made in space at the moment. How would you describe their work then to someone yet to see one of their films?
Well, I think magic is absolutely right. There's something really magical about it. And there's a real sense of
Still need to get more steps, but let's see if this works.
Amazing and wonderful. I also think the film is deeply humanistic. It has a real sense of people as well-rounded, two-dimensional characters. It's not always the case in animation. And if there was a studio Ghibli film that you would recommend for somebody.
Okay. Oh.
Sound music. The Catalonian Rita Payas is only in her mid-20s, but the singer and trombonist from Spain has already taken the international jazz world by storm. She recently performed here at the BBC live, accompanied by her mother Elizabeth Roma on guitar. And so local Futari asked her whether music was very much a family affair. Music is my entire life, but now family is my entire life too. So it's a good way to mix it, you know. What's the dynamic like between you and your mother in that respect when it comes to work? We have a good relationship, and I must say that I always have like the last word. We just started like that, and yeah, like we are playing music of mine, like my songs, and I kind of imagine things, and I suppose that's why I have that last word, you know. But it's beautiful because also my mom has her creative way of doing the thing, and I really admire that. I always say that I'm playing with my mom because I love how she plays, not because it's my mom, you know. That's beautiful. I was so delighted to have you and your mom in the studio playing songs for us. So I leave it to you to tell us a little bit about each one of them. We're going to play one from the last album that is called Siempre Tú. It's about taking care of the things, of the people, how important that can be. Siempre mirar más que ahora, mirar de la puerta. Estás tú. No hay certeza ni duda, siempre estará bien. Ya no existes, pero ya no hay mí. Hoy florece una flor y ayudando mi casa, sin una palabra. That's it for this week's Fair. Thank you to my guests, Dixon, Neil Leduce, and Nigel Wilcox, and thank you for your ears. If you want to be in touch with the show, you can email the artsound@bbc.co.uk. We love hearing from you. Margaret will get you from.
Alexa, stop. Alright. I forgot. That's usually a part of my Saturday. Yep, 2 p.m. I just do that. I just listen to that. I mean, I know like the BBC is, it could be controversial in a lot of ways, but like, eh, I just end up listening to it. Apparently, I have a decent British accent because maybe because I hear like British people as often as I do because I listen to it like when I'm in the shower. So yeah. Anyway, let me go back to my other mic. And also turn my filters back on for this one. All right, let me turn off just so I can save power, because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get like anxious and see it at some point. Yep. Ooh, sorry. I am so sorry. I don't know what came over me. Wait, I need to see how many cups of tea I've already had. Because I'm like literally about to down this one, but I don't want to drink it if I've already had so much. Okay, so you know what? I'm gonna start the video and then I'm gonna go ahead and take my medicine. I am 2 hours late. Oh my gosh.
Hours a week or bi-weekly. That's American dream. Getting some of your money taken away by taxes, by the government every week or every other week or monthly when you get paid. That's the American dream. Paying a mortgage or buying a house, which is called a mortgage here, that you would never ever own, even if you pay for that house, because even if you buy that house or not, you still have to pay taxes on that property, that land that house is staying on. That's the American dream. We don't own anything in this country, just so you know that. That's the American dream. Okay? Having children and the government is able to make decision on what you do or how you discipline your children. That's the American dream. Being in jail for stupid things like,
hey, if you don't live in America and you're thinking about coming to live, don't. It's a trap. I promise you it's a trap. Whatever you see in movies and reality TV, it's not what it is here. You step your foot on American soil, you will not be living the Kardashian life. You will instantly be in debt. Instantly be in debt. The food prices are through the roof. The chemicals in the food are killing us. It costs $3,000 to rent something to live in. Our leaders are Lucifer's cousins, first cousins. They don't give a damn about the citizens here. They don't give a damn about us. I promise you, they don't care about us. America is a business. And if you ain't a part of that business, they don't give a fuck about you. This is no longer the land of the free, the home of the brave. Our freedoms is getting stripped day by day. Our leaders with those pens, stripping it day by day, especially if you're a woman. The American dream
Hell
is
yeah.
dead. It's been dead for quite some time. It is not safe for you here. We have no gun laws. It is not safe for you here. Do not come to America, because I promise you, a lot of us is trying to get the fuck out of here
I am.
and possibly go wherever y'all are.
Yep.
Our education system, do not come here. There is no reason to come to America
There
nowadays.
ain't.
This is not the era where you want to come. When Lucifer
Nope.
Cousins is in office, you do not want to be here.
Exactly.
This is not where it's at. You will not, and I'm going to say this, you will not succeed here during this era in America. Season 40.
And I will reiterate, no, you will not succeed here. If you're in India wanting to go to America, go to Canada. Even though there's a bunch of like anti-Indian sentiment there, it's still a hell of a lot better than this place. If you're in the Philippines, go to Canada. Because I tell like Filipinos all the time, they want to come here for the American dream. They have zero support system. They don't know anyone here, and they want to come here because of the American dream. American dream is not worth it. I was born here. I was raised here. No.
47, you don't want to do this. I promise you, you don't want to do this. Do not come to America. It's not where it's at.
The American dream is
I am here because my parents chose to come here. That's why. That's why. That's why I'm here. And I am strictly embedded in the system. I have zero choice in the matter. I can go elsewhere in the world, but America is still gonna keep haunting me because I am, in fact, a citizen who was born here. And so I don't really have hope.
dream is to get out.
My audio again. God damn. Like I'm gonna be honest. I am streaming for fun. I'm not streaming for like views or popularity because I know I'm not gonna get any of it. I'm streaming for fun, so whenever like this audio bullshit happens, I'm just gonna take it in stride.
Out of America. Like, I'm convinced if you want to live the good life, you have to do it outside of the United States. Because
Yes.
here you have poisonous food that's killing you. Insurances are a straight up scam. The work life balance
Yep.
is so one sided. The financial burden and depression is leading to suicide rates. Companies and corporations
Yeah.
not paying their workers a fair livable wage.
Nope.
The healthcare here is absolutely awful.
Mm-hmm.
Non-stop school shootings, non-stop violent crimes, greedy, corrupt, and bought-out politicians, constant
Yeah.
propaganda and indoctrination from television programs and news,
Mm-hmm.
constant price gouging of things that have made life completely unaffordable, and a whole
Yeah.
bunch of other bullshit that we don't even have the time to talk about. Like, I
We
see
really
people in
don't.
other countries like Taiwan, China, Japan, Jamaica, Australia, Italy, Spain, Europe, UK, France. They are living their best life. They work less, they travel more, spend time with their friends, loved ones, and
Okay, they
family
do.
members. When they go to the hospital, their health insurance is going to cover 100% of their bill. Their food is not slowly killing them. Their apartment or housing mortgage is well affordable, and it doesn't take their whole month's paycheck just to cover it. $100.
Like, yeah. I guess there might be a point in the fact that yeah, you can talk shit like that about America and not get arrested yet. I don't trust that that's gonna continue to be the case, but at least at this point in time, you can do that. You can talk shit about America and about all of its problems, and you aren't yet going to be arrested. That may change very soon. I would not put it past this current administration, this mess of an administration um to not make that change. But for now, you can talk shit about America, and you don't have to fear arrest yet. I mean, it's a different story, of course, if you are protesting the Israeli apartheid, for instance. For that, you can be arrested, even if you're an American citizen, even if you're an American permanent resident, you can be considered undesirable and against America's interest because apparently Israel is America's interest. Its little special interest. America is ultimately a neurodivergent child that is embodied in Elon Musk. So, yeah.
Dollars in USD can get you a whole month's worth of groceries,
Yeah.
barely to little, if not no school shootings, So if you're a
Yep.
parent, you know that your child's going to come back home in one piece and alive.
Exactly.
Little to no government corruption and corporate greed. And you won't have to wait until you're 70 plus years old to finally enjoy the life that you worked so hard to get,
Yeah.
while your bones and your legs are brittled and weak. America has lied to everybody, talk about that this is the land of opportunities, and if you want to live the good life, you got to come to the USA. Yeah, that was
No,
bullshit. You want
it
to live the
was.
good life, you got to get outside of the USA. Get
Yes.
the fuck up out of here ASAP.
Get like a little bit of American money and then like leave. Get a little bit of American money and leave. Have zero debt, have no obligations, none of that. Once you pay down any of those obligations, once you're done with any of those obligations, then you can leave and live the good life. I don't know if I can do that in my lifetime, but I guess I'll have no choice but to try at some point.
And that's what I plan to do in the next year or two. I'm tired of this hamster wheel. I'm tired of the same shit every day. I'm tired of life passing me by as I just live to make somebody else richer. I'm tired of being a slave in a modern day work system. So yeah, don't be surprised if you see me in the next couple years in a different country learning 3 or 4 different languages and being happy as hell.
A lot of y'all don't have empathy. I've been seeing a lot of people who have student loans on here crying because their credit have dropped 100 points, 170 points, 90 points. People on here crying. And there's these a-holes in the comments talking
Yeah,
about something. You knew what you was doing. You was getting credit. You meant not credit, but student loans. And you knew this and that, this and that.
like the thing with that is that first off, they make it completely impossible for the average person to get an education in the first place. Education is not supposed to be a commodity. It's supposed to be accessible, open for everyone. It's supposed to be something that everyone can have access to. But no, we have to take student loans because we are in dystopia. And you really think that just because you didn't do what a lot of us were told to do, we were told to do this. Millennials, Gen Z, we were told to do this. Just because you didn't do it doesn't mean that we should get flack, that we should be shit on just because we did do exactly what y'all yourselves told us to do. Because a lot of these people who say this, they are boomers, they are Gen X, they are people who quite literally told us that we wouldn't succeed if we didn't, go to college. That's what they told us. We had to go to college. And now what? Now you tell us that, oh, we knew what we were doing. No, we listened to you. We listened to you when we were 17, 18, 19. We didn't even have developed frontal lobes yet at that time. So, yeah.
This and that. You wasn't crying. You was getting these loans. Y'all be forgetting that life happens. Like, I don't
Yep,
know what social
that too.
media done to y'all, but y'all are so insensitive to shit. My credit has been dinged like 13 times. Am I gonna come on here and cry to y'all? Hell no. But I already
Mm-mm.
called these people 13, 14 times, y'all. I went to school for kinesiology and I have my nursing degree. Life don't always play out how you want it to. Okay?
Exactly.
And I've been paying my I have to call these people and I was baby, I done got on a payment plan. I got all this like y'all so insensitive. Y'all so quick to hop on somebody's comments and tear somebody down just because it ain't you.
Exactly. It's like, okay, well, watch your downfall happen, bitch. Like, your downfall is gonna happen too. You're gonna lose your job. We have mass layoffs happening. It's gonna impact everyone, not just people with student loans. You know? You're not gonna be able to feed your family pretty soon. You're gonna be in that position where you are not going to be able to live life the way that you currently are. If that hasn't happened to you already, if you're not already on social media, on TikTok, on whatever platform, YouTube, Facebook, etc., crying to people, talking about how you're losing your job, and like what, just a month ago, just a few years ago, you were talking shit about people who, did what they felt like they had to do, and telling them that they made the wrong decision. Yeah, no, miss us.
You just know it's gonna always be you next. But watch how y'all talking to
Once
people.
upon a
Yep,
time, The American dream was simple: work hard, buy a home.
Like, this is why I do not subscribe to the whole fuck around and find out sort of mentality. You know, it could be funny, and yeah, I sometimes watch the videos, but ultimately, I don't shit on people because karma is a bitch. It's real, regardless of your religion, whatever you believe, whatever you believe, yeah, you are subject to it. You know, it bites back hard. Like, don't throw that energy against somebody else unless you want it back, you know.
Raise a family, retire with dignity. But in today's America, with soaring costs, AI revolutionizing jobs, political tension, rising
Revolutionizing.
mental health struggles, and a new digital age, the dream feels different. Some
Yep.
say it's broken, others say it's being reborn. So today we ask, what
No.
is the true America in 2025? And how do we redefine freedom, success, and purpose in a country constantly changing? We see you, the student burdened by debt, the parent working 3 jobs, the immigrant chasing something better, the creator trying to build a future out of pixels and passion, the everyday person
That's me.
wondering if their dreams still matter. This conversation
I
is
don't
for
know.
you, because the American
It
dream
is,
is
I
no
guess.
longer one size fits all. It's personal, it's messy, and maybe that's where its real power lies. So as we break this down, we want you to be part of the conversation. Smash that like button if this topic speaks to you.
I did.
Leave a comment below. Tell
Even
us,
though this is AI
what does your
generated,
American dream
I
look
did.
like in 2025? Share this video with someone who needs a reminder that their story matters. And subscribe to AI Crystal, where truth meets technology and voices like yours make the future.
So I know a lot of
Oh,
people,
yikes.
have this idea that boomers are just hoarding all the money and they have all of this money. But let me give you a perspective of what my boomer dad is going through right now. My dad worked for the same
Yeah.
company for 30 years, a low-paying job, stayed with the company.
My boomer parents live with me. I have the house. I own the house. The mortgage is in my name. And now we're about to be like thrown into a spiral because I'm going to be losing my job. Yeah. So I also don't like subscribe to the whole all boomers are to blame because ultimately, like, especially if your boomer parents are from elsewhere in the world, they didn't get the same chance at going to a great school. They didn't get the same chance of going to a great university um in the US that you could have, right? Like, whether your relationship with boomers are as parents or grandparents and the like, that is the reality, right? You yeah. Yeah, because like if you are from an immigrant background and you have boomer parents, yes, they will act a lot like other boomers because that's just how they were raised. And the boomers were basically like the first generation that was raised to be westernized across the world on a global scale. It was really like the first global generation in a lot of ways. But like if you have boomer parents who are from elsewhere, they did not get the same opportunities as boomers here in the US. And even boomers here in the US, there's wealth inequality amongst them. So a lot of boomers are, subject to economic collapse and all of that. Whereas whereas of course there are others who had generational wealth, think Trump, think billionaires, think those people, but they are a small amount. And just because most of the wealth in the US is within the boomer generation doesn't necessarily mean that all boomers have that wealth. Kind of like how just because a lot of the wealth in the world is concentrated in the US doesn't mean that every single American is wealthy.
the company, bought a house, all of that sorts of stuff, got fired. Now, since then, he's been working another very low paying job and had no money, has no savings, no retirement, owes a bunch of money on the house, can barely afford bills,
Yep.
putting stuff on credit cards, and just is oblivious to the fact, just
It
has
sucks.
no financial literacy whatsoever. So now us, his kids, are having to, everything is piling up now. He also got this, it's this loan basically where a company invests in your house, and if you're supposed to sell your house, he is never selling this house, so he's going to owe this company a lot of money or be forced to sell his house. Now he can't even pay this house, he's not even going to be able to afford to live anywhere if that happens. So
Yeah.
now he's stuck trying to figure out, well, he's not even trying to figure it out because he doesn't even know. Now we're stuck trying to figure out what we
Yep.
can do to fix it. And it is so frustrating when you're younger and you don't understand things are going on and you think things are fine, and then now when you're older you figure out everything comes to a fruition. He's like 65 years old now with no retirement, no nothing, owes money on this house, you know, his bills are sky high. He's got this old heater, he's got all of these crazy bills, and he can barely afford to live, and he's just doesn't even have a thought about it. It just doesn't even occur to him that shit is going to hit the fan. And so now we have to be so stressed and worried about figuring this stuff out for him. It's so frustrating.
Hello everyone, this is Emmanuel Cook. We will be
It
reacting
is
to
true.
a new video
It is
today,
frustrating.
so make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe down below. And
I mean, that's why in the first place I told my parents, do not rely on my income solely to survive. They didn't listen, and now we're in this predicament. Because I was just, I was always under the impression that I wasn't gonna last long in the company that I currently work for. Because primarily, not necessarily that I'm too smart, but like my goals did not align with theirs. I knew that from the start, and I knew that it wouldn't be sustainable for me to stay in the company. So I don't listen to like people who say, "Oh, well, the best thing for you to do is just suck it up." Like, no, that's like what you really think me like glugging is gonna do anything? No, it's not gonna do anything for my career. People know now that like a lot of folks are quite literally losing their jobs, having to face layoffs, gonna be on unemployment, all of that stuff. Like, yeah, no, no, it's not worth it. But at the same time, because I am facing a layoff instead of, an outright firing, it is technically in my favor to a degree. So yeah, but yeah, I told my parents, do not rely on me for an income, and now we're like back to the drawing board in terms of like how are we gonna survive here, because my parents want to survive here. I have medication that requires that I stay here, but I also cannot keep working for this company. It has betrayed me so many times now, and so yeah, I'm in this position where now I'm live streaming because I don't know what else to do, because I know that like if I don't like get my frustrations out, I'm gonna like implode. That's why. But also, like, I literally do this every Saturday. This is all I do. I just watch videos and study at the same time, and like watch live streams and study at the same time. Yeah.
let's get into the video.
So the boomers are finally figuring out there's high prices. Well, the fact is, I don't think they actually missed the memo. You think you really understand what's going on in the economy? Many boomers aren't any more prepared for retirement than you are. See, the fact is, they work 40 plus years. So imagine working 40 plus years. You worked at a factory, you went to school, you bought a house, and guess what? After 40 plus years, you expect you're supposed to retire, but guess what? You never saved no money in all those 40 plus years. You never saved and invested in anything. So guess who else is heading down the path? Millennials, Gen Alpha, Gen Z. You name the
Yep.
generation, it's always the same. So yes, now they're sitting there seeing that coffee went up $17 or whatever
Yeah.
grocery things that they had going on is the prices are increasing and it affects everyone, the property taxes, all those different things. The fact of the matter is, just recently, homelessness went up, and you would think that was from the unaffordable housing crisis, and there is a hint of it, but the other piece is, don't let it fool you, the migration status. A lot of people, a lot of those immigrants are taking over the homeless shelters, and it's putting a lot more people on the street. But what are we going to do about the boomers and this unaffordable living and their great generation who they had everything handed to them, right? But they still didn't say.
Why do folks always have to blame the immigrants? Like, what the immigrants do to you? They didn't systemically oppress you. They didn't systemically underpay you. They didn't systemically manufacture a recession the way that they have done for centuries now. Yeah.
Save and invest no money. No matter how you slice it, regardless of everything, as we pull it to yet another year, and I'm gonna say it every year to the day I die. 365 days, you have to invest. Start with your index fund. Then you can
Oh, of
expand out,
course.
but you're never gonna get
Investor
out of
bro.
this situation with your money without saving and invest your money. And oh, by the way, you do need an emergency fund because guess what? Something about when you live life long enough, you realize things just happen.
Yep.
You people on here,
They do.
man,
That's
young
true.
people, this is your grandparents, this is your mom and dad, especially if you're my age. People that are younger
Yep.
than that, they're on there bitching about how these old people are the reason why the economy is bad. The middle class old people, the people that are your grandparents or your parents, are not the reason why the economy is bad.
They're not.
They want to, you add to the fact that they want to have a decent quality of life, which means it's a culture issue. I lived overseas for 8 years. It's a culture issue. Our culture is a work culture. That's the way it is. We don't set things up in our culture for people to actually truly relax and have time from a personal standpoint to enjoy your life better. It's a machine. The way we work, the way things work in this.
I hate this. I hate this so much. And then by the time I turn on my other mic, guess what? It's over. It's over. The static's over. I swear to God. I really see. It happens for like 10 seconds, and then it's out. Just gaslighting me.
In this country is they want people working all the time as long as possible. That's capitalism. We want to keep churning it out, keep churning the money, keep churning the products, keep buying shit. It makes me so mad to go to the comments and read all of the hate that's spewed towards boomers. It's not their fault. It's not. So you can keep blaming other people, or you can realize that it doesn't matter who you vote for. I'm trying my best not to curse in this video. Doesn't matter who you vote for, Democrat or Republican. It's a culture issue. It's a capitalism issue. There's a number of things here that are an issue.
Yeah.
And we like to blame generations.
Exactly.
That really had nothing to do with it. Yeah.
Like in the first place, generations are a marketing term. They exist because of marketing. They want to aggregate people based off of quote unquote shared experiences so that they can market to us more easily. So they can segment us. I mean, yes, trust me. I am studying data science. This is why they want to assign a label to us because, yeah, we have a lot of things in common when we're around the same age range. Of course, there are, nuances, right? Like if you are a younger millennial like I am or an older Gen Z, you probably have a lot more common with each other than you do with like most other millennials or most other Gen Z. Things like that. But like for the most part, it is about marketing. It is about advertising. It is about making sure that we are packaged, right? Because everything is an aesthetic. It's packaged. It's meant for convenience, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they could have voted one way or the other. But I got news for you.
And so no, like generational wars are useless ultimately. Like people have different experiences based off of their different backgrounds. Generation is only one of them.
Culturally, this country is what it is.
And by the way, I'm 31. That's why I call myself like a younger millennial. I don't necessarily think I'm like. I mean, okay, I'm like close enough to 94 to where, yeah, I have more in common with most of them than I do with somebody born like even earlier than 19, earlier than like 93, right? But still.
And the price of shit would have gone up regardless. It wouldn't have mattered. So say what you want, but it's not their it's not their fault.
It's
I
not.
was watching videos this morning about broke boomer parents, and I wanted to talk about this. My parents, despite working almost their entire lives, ended
Yeah.
up having everything wiped out by my father having to go into a nursing home. And I could
Yep.
get into a lot of details about that, but the important lesson here is that it doesn't take much to push a family completely over the
It does
edge.
not.
And on top of that, my mom's shopping addiction, that's a whole nother set of things. Auto pay and QVC and
I
all these
can't have
different
that.
things, they're taking advantage of your parents.
I have that on like for like Amazon, sometimes eBay. I'm trying to curb it, do my best, but like it does not help that there are tariffs happening that'll make everything skyrocket in cost. And so now I have to like use my panic skills to more or less like overspend so then I don't have to like spend more, even more later on. I literally bought an iPad today, okay? I bought an iPad because I was like, well, okay, this functional because when I use my Samsung tablet, I love that thing. But when I use it, like my arthritis, it gets really bad. Like my teacher told me I would have arthritis by the time I was 15. No, but I did have it by the time that I was 30 because I was diagnosed like when I was 30. So, yeah. Yeah. Well, actually I was diagnosed when I was 29, so almost 30. Yeah. It was like July. The July before I turned 30.
Parents. Also, predatory loans
Yep.
against the house. I can honestly say if that
This
my
is why
mother
you
would
don't
have died when
blame
she did
individual
4 months after
people.
my father, I'm not 100% sure she would have been able
Because
to
this
keep
is
that
called
house
manufactured
because
consent.
of the debts she had accumulated. When she died, we found out that she was $40,000 in debt. Plus, she had a second mortgage. Plus,
Damn.
she had they attached the family home for $75,000, half the value, or no, it was $150,000. But then they ended up settling for $75,000 to pay for his medical debt, and he was already dead.
God damn.
That's how bad it is.
Yeah.
So the everyday struggles I see of like people having their boomer parents. I mean, my parents, part of the reason why they ended up in the situation they did is because they had really bought into the idea that you would go work someplace for 30 something years and then they would take care
Yeah.
of you. And then when my mother got
Like my mother tells me, do not leave this company because you're not gonna be able to get a job because they want loyalty. And I'm just like, loyalty is dead. Loyalty is dead in this job market. In this generation, it's dead. Nobody stays with the same company for 15, 20, 25 years anymore. Like that's not an option for my generation. It's an option for like boomers and some of Gen X, but it's not an option for me. Ultimately, I'm not experienced enough to be that considered that valuable to where I'll be retained by the same company. And that's the whole reason why I want to start something of my own so that I can be as ethical as possible, so that I can have some type of control. Even though I have student loans, even though I have this and that, I do not care at this point. I don't care. I really don't. I want out of the system permanently.
A redundancy at her work and she got laid off, later in life, she got to see that that wasn't the case. When they had gotten rid of the pension plan and tried to convince people that they should invest in the stock market when they don't, they don't know anything about the stock market. That was part of the problem. And then when my father had a catastrophic medical illness and she had to cash in her retirement to pay for his nursing home, that was the final straw.
So it's been reported a lot that baby boomers.
I mean, that's kind of my backup plan right now. Like, just cash in my retirement. Because I don't know what else to do, you know? I know I'm not going to retire. That's not an option for my generation. It's not. It's not a realistic option. Even if I were to stay with the company, even if I were to choose to stay with the company, and technically there is that option if you're willing to do like a bidding more for, hey, pick me, be a pick me. Ultimately, I would still get fired because that's just the nature of industry nowadays. It's not the situation where you can work, your entire career at the same company anymore. And there are some people who are currently working and even found, a new position already within what is supposed to be the new organization, and they will find out eventually that they will, be subject to another event just like this, another mass layoff. That's just the nature of work. And I want out while I can, while I'm not as dependent on the corporation, right? That's kind of my thing, personally. Anyway, Gen X Asian dad. Is he Filipino? He looks like he could be. If he's Gen X Asian dad, he could be my father. That's crazy.
Boomers hold all the wealth in the United States, as much as $84 trillion of it, right? But that only tells part of the story, because there's a segment of baby boomers who aren't wealthy, who literally aren't successful. And you know what that stat is? 43%. Yes, 40.
Honestly, my parents.
43% of old people today have no money in savings, retirement, investing, zero, right? And you kind of have to wonder how.
Because my father, quite literally, he keeps wanting to be a business person. He does not want to work for anyone else, and I get that. I'm literally planning to do the same thing. But at some point, after depleting my mother's retirement, after depleting our savings, after depleting everything for his dream, it's like, now I have to take the burden. And it's like, that's not fair to me. I'm autistic. I'm still neurodivergent and disabled, chronically ill. I cannot afford to do this to myself long term. So I'm just like, no, I'm not doing that anymore. Will we suffer? Yes. But will I eventually find my way out? Absolutely. Because I'm not gonna turn into a neat somebody without, somebody who's like not employed, not in education. I mean, not in education, not in employment, and not in training. No, I'm gonna have at least two of those things at a time at any given moment. Because now that now that I will be in that case, in that like predicament within the next few months, I will have more time for training. I will have more time for school to learn. I will have more time for this and that. I have an annual Coursera subscription I got that because I knew that would be a good investment for me. I've gotten a bunch of annual subscriptions because I knew that it would be good for me to have something like that. I think my data camp one is going to renew pretty soon. I have my Coursera one. I even have a Streamlabs subscription, even though of course Streamlabs isn't known for being the most ethical company. There's a reason why I'm streaming now. I knew that if I were to pay for an annual subscription, I would find a way to make something of it. And so now I'm here. Even if I'm having like audio issues and this and that issue, at least I'm doing this. Yeah.
How can you be 70, 80 years old and have literally nothing to show for it? Well, I did some digging. So when I was a kid, I noticed that a lot of my friends' parents were divorced, baby boomers.
Yeah.
And that divorce rate among baby boomers is 48%.
My parents are still
almost
married,
half.
though.
And when you look at it, divorce is an extremely costly process that can ruin a person and a family financially, right?
Yeah.
So what lesson can we take from the baby boomers? Be kind of picky about who you marry, right? Because
or don't marry at all.
it might affect you for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
By now, you've probably seen the talk about baby boomers becoming homeless at alarming rates, essentially the fastest growing homeless demographic.
And this is ultimately why I keep telling my father, you have to prioritize my Philippine citizenship. I do not want any of this type of bullshit to happen to us. I don't. I may be choosing not to work, but it's for a good reason. It's for my future. Because I know that, a few months of sacrificing, going without a paycheck, at the end of it, I will be a lot more employable than I was at this point, than I would be at this point in my, in my career. And I could easily just be like, okay, well, I've been doing like Coursera trainings, throughout the time that I was unemployed. I've been trying to do side hustles and this and that. So I even know how to explain my gap in my resume. And it's not even a gap because I'm in education, I'm getting my degree. I'm in grad school.
And you've likely seen some very gleeful takes on it. And look, as someone who was raised by boomer parents, had boomer teachers, and worked for a bunch of boomer employees, basically.
Oh, I forgot that, you can be on the older side of Gen X. Because this guy's probably only a little bit younger than my mother.
Basically spent most of my life shoveling boomer shit. I do get it. I do get, yeah, these people are finally reaping what they sow. The problem is a lot of them aren't. A lot of them are people from marginalized communities who are facing the same problems that marginalized communities always face.
Yes.
That's now being compounded by the fact.
Like a black boomer, an Asian boomer, a Latino boomer, a native boomer. Those are the ones who are disproportionately experiencing this. And I do include Asian because it is an important distinction to make, because there are a lot of there's a relatively high poverty rate among boomers who are Asian. And so, despite the overall unemployment rate for Asians being low, I'm pretty sure that the boomer, actually, let's research this, because why not? I'll stop holding my remarkable tablet. Not Asians in general. Gosh. So this is why you don't trust AI, because these sources do not say any of this.
The fact that they're older, and
that's why you need to make sure that that it's disaggregated to the sufficient degree before you make any insights, because no, that hasn't, there's no like generation, like race or ethnicity by generation data on Asians. And so no, I guess I couldn't make that, like, I guess I can't make like the hypothesis that boomer Asians are more disadvantaged or less disadvantaged because there's insufficient data. So, and I learned that from reading this textbook yesterday. So,
and while I'm sure some of the boomers in question are, MAGA, Trump supporting, whatever, it's important to recognize that a large percentage of them are not. A large percentage of them are people who did all the right things and who are not deserving of what's happening to them any more than any other unhoused person is. I get the glee at seeing this trend, I really do, but the simple fact is these aren't the people who are the source of your problems.
exactly.
These are the victims, not the villains of the story.
They are.
The baby boom generation represents a huge swath of humanity, and
Absolutely. Like, that's why I don't subscribe to any of these like ideas of, hey, you should just blame one generation. Like, a single generation does not hold the keys to the kingdom in terms of the means of production in the system. Like, what happens when those boomers die off and start passing down their generational wealth to millennials, to Gen Z, right? Like, do we then begin to blame millennials and Gen Z for holding back, Gen Beta? Is that gonna be the case? Is that our future? I don't think I don't think we should be that reductive when it comes to any of these reasonings as to why we're struggling, why our generations are struggling. Our generations are struggling because for generations, wealth has been very concentrated within a few people. Today, it's boomers. Before, it was the silent generation. Before that, it was the greatest generation. Like back in the 80s, it was the greatest generation, I believe, that had, the most wealth. And then it became the silent generation, and then it became the boomers. That's how it goes.
And to not recognize variation
Like, people
within
age,
that group, and to not recognize that some of that group
and
are
wealth is
being
passed down.
victimized as much as Gen X, millennials, and whoever else is very problematic. So, let's stop blaming the homeless for their plight, okay?
Right?
In case you've never heard,
Especially
or
the
you need a
unhoused, like,
reminder,
why?
the generational angst between boomers and millennials is just a way to break up class solidarity.
True.
Boomers
True.
are also
That
victims
too.
under capitalism.
100%.
It's just that a segment of them.
I mean, we need to remember and realize that there are many different ways that class is subdivided as caste or is expressed as caste. Whether it's gender, whether it's sexuality, it could be generation, it could be, I swear, it could be economic class, it could be racial class, it could be, seriously, come on. Okay, so I'm gonna repeat that. It could be racial class, the class could be racial, gender, sexual, as in sexuality. It could be ability, well, disability. Why would I say ability? I'm not neurotypical. Yeah. All these different ways that we can divide ourselves are also ways in which caste occurs in the West. And so even generation can count as that, Technically, the boomers are at the top of the hierarchy, then Gen X, then millennials, etc. Right? And then, like, the silent generation, they're not even in the equation anymore, even though they used to be at the top of the hierarchy, back in the 80s, in 90s, right? Because times change. And so we need to be very cognizant of the ways that we divide ourselves, because ultimately our divisions, there's nothing wrong with identity, but there is everything wrong with using identity and weaponizing it to ignore the struggles of different groups, right? It is definitely okay to be like, oh well, if you're Asian, you face this type of racism, whereas if you're Black and not Asian, you face this different type of racism. But ultimately, you do need to recognize that both are instances of racism, and that by ignoring racism against one group or the other, you risk, potential class solidarity. A lot of people don't get it yet. A lot of people say, oh, well, you're a higher level of autistic, and so you don't suffer as much as somebody who can't speak. But at the same time, I did not speak until I was around like 2 years old. At the same time, I have times when I'm just mute. I literally cannot talk sometimes. And so, I mean, what do you do with that? And what do you do with the fact that, like, regardless of being able to speak or not, regardless of being verbal or not, being higher level, higher functioning, the overall rate of employment among autistic people is still around, like, our employment rate is less than 20%. And so what do you do with that information? How dare you tell me that I don't suffer as much as somebody who's nonverbal just because I can speak and just because I can oppose you and your bullshit? That's ultimately what this is about. And so, yeah, for me, I don't, I want to be cognizant of the fact that whether it's generation, whether it's disability, race, economic class, etc., you need to be cognizant of the fact that all of these things can interact with each other, but it's never as simple as saying, one faces more privilege than the other, because that's not always true. And at the same time, even when it is true, their level of privilege is nowhere near as much as, somebody who's like, what, a billionaire, regardless of their other characteristics, right? That's just the truth.
Is winning at capitalism while everybody else isn't. And that segment of them that's winning is in charge of a heck of a lot, including our media sources.
Yep.
So I don't know, even if boomers were as like universally bad as they sometimes seem to be, like, I don't want people to be homeless. That's a bananas thing
Exactly.
to be happy about.
Why would you
I'm
be
not
happy about
people
that?
are going homeless. That is so scary.
It
I've
is.
been homeless. It's so
Mm.
scary. I would not wish that on anybody.
No.
Everyone deserves the security of housing.
Yes.
Everyone.
Everyone.
The woman who's inviting her broke boomer parents to live.
Even Karens. Okay. Like, I do not believe that we should cheer for anyone's downfall. You know, because what is that even gonna teach anyone? Right? Because like, if like, because like, I am sad for the child of that racist woman too. Maybe not as sad as I am for that black autistic child who was the victim of her racism, but I am sad for that white child because she's like, that child is going to see that his mother's ignorance mobilized so many people to support her in being ignorant, and the lesson that he's going to learn is that you can be a terrible person, and other terrible people will support you. Racist people will support you if you mobilize them. Like, what kind of lesson is that to learn? It's a bad one. Ultimately, it's one that should not even be taught or remotely the case. And I feel bad for that child because now he's going to think that that's normal. He's going to think that that's something that will just happen, that's something that's you know that's fair, when in fact it is not. It's not fair that that happened to that child that he was playing with. It's not fair that to him that he's being taught that terrible lesson. But that's how indoctrination happens too, right? And so, yeah, I feel bad for that white child as well. I feel worse for the black child and his father, who is currently experiencing a bunch of racism and hate and death threats. That is true. I feel way worse for them, but at the same time, I feel for that white little boy whose mother got famous, and now he's probably going to have to live that down. Eventually, he's going to realize that his mother was a terrible person at one point. Hopefully, she changes, right? Hopefully, she finds the light. She sees the light, and she's just like, okay, well, I did a bad thing there. I'm gonna change and do what's right from now on. She probably won't, but I don't know. Anyway,
Live with her. I'm just wondering a couple things. Have they tried pulling themselves up by their bootstraps? And I'm just wondering, maybe if they had made better lifestyle choices, like not being straight, they wouldn't be in this predicament. I bet it's their coffee habit. They should probably give up coffee. I mean, they could have cut out like Netflix and Hulu and any form of basic level entertainment.
Get out of this.
Did they try praying about it?
I know what she's doing.
Down below, and let's continue the video.
Let's talk
I'm
about
not
boomer
tolerating
money.
bullshit.
I recently
Come on.
saw a TikTok with a girl sitting in a pool, and she said, "Just do it. Just move back in with your parents. They got that boomer money." I was laughing so hard when I saw this.
They don't
because
have
this
it.
could not be further from the truth. My parents literally live in a retirement community with people that are 55 plus. They're all playing pickleball. They're drinking every day. They're having a good time. Money's good. Money's flowing. They're totally fine. This is a huge contrast with the people who are currently graduating college or maybe are in their 30s, like millennials like me. We are not growing up in the same financial situation that boomers did. Boomers, if they bought a good house and then they kept it for 10 years and then bought another one, they would actually get their investment back in that home. Some of these boomers even have pensions. Like pensions now are
Yeah, like if my parents were somehow able to keep their house, where I spent my childhood, instead of having to sell it because of the recession back in 2008, maybe we would be a lot better off. I mean, that is probably true.
now are completely unheard of. So why is it that millennials are struggling when boomers are literally living the complete opposite lifestyle? They're traveling the world, they're having a good time, they're doing whatever they want to do. Let me know, do you wish you had that boomer money?
All right, so we're going to talk about
Yeah. No, because my boomer parents don't have boomer money. I mean, granted, yeah, they were the first generation to be born. They were like the first Filipino generation, in centuries that were born outside of being colonized. So there is that. Like every single Filipino born after 1946 is in fact a boomer or of a later generation. And so yeah, my parents being boomers, they were the first generation born after colonialism. So maybe I might be overextending empathy to other boomers, etc. But still, why would you want anyone to be homeless?
one of the biggest problems every city in the country is facing right now that folks might not know about. Did you know that the fastest growing demographic of homelessness is the baby boomer generation? They are falling into homelessness faster than during the Great Depression. So we are not used to this. Plus, the baby boomer generation is the largest current, when you're talking about demography, it is the largest population in this country's history.
Yeah.
So the amount of people that are in that generation that could potentially fall into homelessness is like we've never seen this in this country. And we're talking about a social services system that has been pushed to the max. COVID has really pushed it as far as we ever thought it could go. So resources are limited, and when resources are limited, you have to prioritize differently. And because this is a new batch of homelessness, we're not really sure of what their vulnerability level is. Think of social services like a hospital. The hospital is always going to take the person with a potential heart attack over a stubbed toe, even if the stubbed toe person comes in before the heart attack person, right? It's the same thing with social services. You have to prioritize the highest level of vulnerability. And these people are new to the system. They haven't ever been in it. They don't know how to navigate it, but they're coming from housing. So it's going to be difficult. And the systems are going to have to react to this, and quickly. And I'll give an example from my personal life that is emblematic of what's happening across the country. My stepdad passed away. And when he passed away, it left my mom, who is disabled and on SSD, Social Security Disability Income. She makes probably $700 a month, something like that. In this housing market, you're toast. I mean, that's it. Unless you own your home. We don't. We've been renters my whole life. So I moved in with her. Imagine if she, and I'm not saying anything about me, anyone in my position would do it. Imagine if someone like me wasn't there for that person, or like you, to help them out. So cities are going to have to get creative on this. And really, they can do a couple of things. They can pass rent control ordinances, which, let me tell you, there would be a fight like no other, especially in the Midwest. If someone's going to try and pass rent control ordinances, there would definitely be a fight. So it might be tough to get done. And the other thing, and I think this is what cities are going to have to do, and I'm talking about the government and the social services system, is find some matchmaking algorithms to start pairing roommates. We're going to have to find a way to maximize the income of these folks.
They need to get like an app idea, maybe.
They're not able to make more money, so we need to maximize it, and really a way to do that is to pair people up. Imagine if my mom could find a roommate that wasn't combustible, wasn't fire, their personalities matched. It could really go a long way, and we're going to need to be able to do this at scale. So that's the info for today. Thanks for listening, and we can end homelessness.
A lot of boomers are becoming
We can. homelessness is not a problem that should even exist in the first place, and it wouldn't exist without our current capitalist system. You know, because in other parts of the world, if you're homeless, you can go out in the woods and build your own shelter, or you can be in community with someone or other people, build a shelter together, do that. In this part of the world, being unhoused means that you have to beg, right? It means that you need to live, you can't live off the land, basically. So that's another part of the problem. But yeah, there is no excuse for homelessness in the wealthiest nation on earth in history, because that is exactly what the United States is. The wealthiest country that's ever existed.
Becoming homeless. So many of them. A lot of them don't have the strength or the funds to survive in this economy.
Nope.
A lot of them cannot even afford their homes, if they even have homes. A lot of them cannot even afford the property taxes on their homes. It's that bad. A lot of the younger generation thinks that the boomers just are swimming in cash and all this stuff. That is not true. The same prices that we are paying for our food, they're paying the same thing for their food. Health insurance is the same for them as well.
Exactly.
Actually, it is even more.
Yeah, it's even
just
more.
because they are older.
Yeah.
Car insurance.
They gotta pay more.
Like they have pretty much the same expenses that we do. If we're struggling, they are too. Majority of them are too. Yes, it is true that most of them have houses. Okay, cool. But the rest of the stuff, the rest of those things, they have to pay for it too.
A lot of them are going to lose their house. Yeah, a lot of them are going to be losing their houses if they haven't already, right? Because a lot of them made their money off of, being solo business owners. A lot of them made their money in ways that were traditionally unstable, and so they've already lost a lot of their income during 2008, during COVID. Oops, am I supposed to say that? Sorry. Yeah. So, we can't really just go ahead and be like, okay, well, they have houses, so they must be wealthy. I have a house. Doesn't stop me from getting unemployed. Like, we're really only staying here until it's not sustainable anymore. Yeah. Like, having a house is not, it is not, the accomplishment that people think it is. It's not.
A lot of them are struggling too.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are retired. But the thing is,
I'm
the
tired.
cost of living continues to increase.
Yeah.
A lot of them are retired, but they are broke. They're going broke. It is the cost of living that is the issue. A lot of people are struggling, whether you are a boomer or a Gen Z. And I think that the boomers have to understand that times have changed as well. They have to adapt with the times. They can't be so out of touch as to the experience of everyone else just because they cannot relate. You should be able to relate with everyone else's financial state.
Yes.
You can't just be so out of touch with the cost of things. That is where the issue lies, I think.
Boomers, boomerang, could you please stop talking about what the newer generation needs to do? You are the same group of people who, when you go in the gas stations and the grocery stores, you complain about all the fucking prices, about how expensive it's gotten. But you want us to go to work 40, 60 hours a week and barely get by. Get the fuck out of here. Y'all better start making it make sense, boomerangs, because the same prices you're complaining about is the same prices I'm complaining about. It's the same prices of why none of us believe we should be working 40 to 60 plus hours to barely get by because of these prices. Make it make sense. Better start making it make sense. These are the same people you ask them to bag their own groceries. They talked about they need 10% off. Calling us generation lazy because we know we don't want to work 50 to 60 hours to barely get by. If I work 50 to 60 hours, I should be well ahead. I should be well ahead. As clear as that. It's clear. It make it make sense. The wages don't even match up with the economy. When you were in the workforce, which most of you boomers aren't, the wage was better than the economy, meaning you made more than enough money. You took home net pay. After taxes, you took home enough to get your bills paid, get everything that you need done, and still have some left over. It doesn't happen like that nowadays. I barely have anything to show for after I take out all of my fucking daily mandatory expenses. Like, come on. Like, no.
Man, let me tell you something. You want to know why boomers are so angry? Because they didn't have no fucking AC. I know the shit was invented, but people didn't just have it. If it was 90 outside, it was 90 in your bedroom. You know how much the average anger level in a room goes up when there's no AC?
True.
Think about last time you test drove a car. You don't even care if the check engine light's on. That motherfucking AC better work. They didn't have fucking snow blowers. They didn't even have the shovels with the curved handle on it. Ergonomics was not a thing. You ever try to start a carbureted engine in 20-degree weather? Go drive to your factory job? If you worked in a factory for 20 years, you were missing fingers. Why
True.
were boomers so angry? Shut the fuck up with your soft ass.
People often
What
say
the hell?
one thing when the situation is really something else. And it's not necessarily a lie in the sense.
There's a reason why like most millennials and Gen Z go to college. Because we saw what happened to them. And we were like, that's not happening to us. And that's why. You know? I don't care about, you know, a Gen X boomer, you know, calling me soft. Like, what kind of brag is that anyway? Oh, I didn't have electricity growing up. Well, we're here now where, you know, we do have electricity. Unfortunately, my audio messes up, so. Ah, okay. Okay, it stopped.
Sense that they don't want you to know the truth so much as they don't want you to know what they are facing because their own ego and pride are kind of kicking in, right? So I have a relative who retired but then went back to working part-time. And it's really a little more than part-time. And we make jokes about it and whatever, but then at some point in one of the conversations about expenses, it came up that her property taxes have doubled. And when you realize how much that hits the financial budget
It really does.
of a monthly fixed income, then
It's
you know
bad.
why she's back at work. A lot of times people who say, oh, I just love working, I can't imagine not working, really they've seen what happens to friends who stopped working and actually have to live on a fixed income. And that's what...
I know I'm not gonna retire. Even if I make a shit ton of money throughout my career, even if I have this the most stable career moving forward, I'm probably not gonna stop working because there's always gonna be something else, right? There's always gonna be like new technologies and stuff like that. I'm genuinely interested in this field in particular. At the same time, though, could I even afford that? You know, it's like if I just want to relax, I'm gonna take a vacation. I'm not gonna wait until I'm in my 60s or 70s when I'm gonna be a lot more disabled, right? Like, I can't afford that. I'm already in a state where I can barely, you know, do a lot of different things that other people can do, whether they're in my age range or even like some of the things that my parents can do, I can't do because of my disabilities. So I don't have the luxury to simply wait until I'm, you know, at that age before I start enjoying life. I'm going to have to start enjoying life and doing what I need to do for myself now as soon as possible throughout the rest of my career. I don't care if it means that I'm going to be working because I'm probably going to be building my own business at a certain point, right?
That's what they're avoiding.
Koala says, and I'm paraphrasing, boomers refuse to give up their power and retire. And it's funny, I just said to Amy a couple of days ago, I said, you know, I still get a really, really strong urge to go back into the workforce. Just for the good parts. You forget the bad parts when you've been out of it for a while. I said, but I'm not going to take the job of some 40-year-old because I'm bored. Like, I'm really good at a couple of things, but not so good that there aren't hundreds of thousands of 30 and 40-year-olds that could do it better than me. Why should I displace them from the workforce because I'm bored? It's not the only reason I didn't re-enter the workforce, but it's the one that I can feel the most sanctimonious about. But I agree with you. People clinging to their jobs just because they don't know what else to do is a problem for those younger folks coming up trying to take some of those.
Like, that's another reason why I was just like, I don't think I'm gonna cling on to the new organization and try to like vie for a job that I probably won't even like. Because I'm just like, unless I'm in a situation where I absolutely am being forced by the company, right? Because like right now I have the assumption of, I'm gonna get severance. If I don't have that, then it's gonna be a lot harder to just up and quit, right? So like I do have that option, thankfully, of getting severance by leaving. It might take like a month or two before I can actually officially quit, but it is what it is, right? And as a result, I'm able to, I'm in a state where I can just focus on school as much as I possibly can, relax as much as I possibly can, because life is too short not to. But I'm not going to take an opportunity from somebody else, especially when I have my own qualms against the company that I work for. And I'm not going to take, like, I don't feel right taking a position from somebody who actually does want it, right? And also, for once in my life, I want to take a risk for myself. Even if that risk results in me having to move to the Philippines, it's like, okay, fine. If the US doesn't want me, then it doesn't want me. And I don't want it either. The feeling is mutual.
Some of those senior jobs. I'm not talking about the people who simply can't afford to leave the workforce. I understand that. But those of us who can afford to leave the workforce, who just stay in because we're bored and hold that position closed for the next generation. I just didn't want to do that.
I'm worried about boomers retiring, and it's not for probably what you think. I am worried that they will get depressed because their whole life was achievements around work and building a career that can support a family. And now that they're retiring, like the first few years, I'll be so excited and kind of dealing with like the burnout from working so hard for so many years. But I feel like the other aspect will be like depression with the people who can fully retire. And I know boomers are out of touch and this app likes to get on them, but like I think this will be such like this mixed with a loneliness epidemic. Like I feel like those two things
are
really big issues that need to be taken more seriously. Or maybe I'm just like overthinking about my own parents, but I really worry about it overall.
Yeah.
I was just in Starbucks and
like that's the crazy part. Like my father, he's all about like, oh well, I'm like the greatest person on earth. I'm the smartest person on earth. Whereas my mother's like the complete opposite. But she prides herself in her work and her ability to do a great job at, the place where she works. And so it's just like, like that's funny to watch because like that's exactly my parents. Even if they have like two completely different, outlooks on life, they still wanted the same thing. They still want the same thing. And we can't really blame them. That's how they were raised. That's how I was raised too. Though I have obviously a different mindset.
It's just crazy to me now that I go, be out or whatever, and I'm just starting to see a lot of senior citizens, retirees, right, in these jobs. Like the barista that was making my drink, she had to be in her 70s. Like, but anyway, she had like messed up. Cause I be ordering the drink and you gotta do this, you gotta do that, whatever. Not too crazy. But she messed up or whatever, and the younger guy, there was just two of them. So it was like a younger guy that was at the register, and then it was the barista, older woman. So when I was like, oh, they forgot to add, I like to get a little bit of extra syrup, and then they have forgot to add it, which everybody does that. When I order my lavender drink, I always add 2 extra pumps, and for some reason they take out the simple syrup and they just add the 2 vanilla pumps, and it's like, no, I want the simple syrup and 2 extra vanilla pumps. Anyway, so she forgot that, which is normal. I go to different Starbucks, they always forget it. So the guy, he was like correcting her, and I was like, oh, y'all must have missed the extra syrup in it because it wasn't sweet. So he was like showing her like where he marked it and all that. She was like, oh, I'm sorry. So I felt so horrible, and I'm like, oh, no, it's okay. You can just put the syrup in the drink you made. You don't have to make it over. So he was like, no, we're making it over because it's not gonna blend right or whatever. She was like, no, I'll make it all. But she had to been in her 70s, and the YTs, they be looking a little older than what their real age. But I don't know. I'm thinking she like in her 70s. She was a
probably.
retiree. I don't care. She was a retiree.
Definitely.
But my point is that that's sad because those jobs
Oh, yeah.
are supposed to be for the. I know this thing cuts off. So
Exactly.
where I was at,
Those
those
jobs are
jobs
supposed to
really
be for.
supposed to be for like the youth, younger
Yeah.
folks, just getting into the workforce.
Supposed to be for like college graduates. Not even for them. It's supposed to be for like people in high school or like just out of high school, maybe like taking a gap year or something like that. But now it's like people's backup plan, and it's scary. Like because of like AI literally taking over so many different industries. Plus there's outsourcing, and of course none of it's the fault necessarily of like the software itself or the individual people who are being exploited because of outsourcing, right? It's the fault of this corporate system. That's ultimately where it lies. AI could be good for humanity if it was used as a good tool for humanity to empower us, but instead it's currently being used to exploit us and to take away our ability to work. However, of course, there is the argument that the ability to work is not necessarily a privilege. It's not necessarily something that we should be striving for. What we should be striving for is ultimately liberation, not the freedom to work, right? The freedom to make money for our capitalist overlords. That should not be our goal. Our goal should ultimately be to be able to live. Work is a part of life, but it is not supposed to be our entire life.
Force or whatever. But my point I'm making is that goes to show you that all these older senior citizens have to go back out and get a job. Like, I can't imagine my 77, my mom would be 77. I cannot imagine her being a barista at Starbucks because she has to find or has to have extra money to live. That's my point here. It's
That's
like,
sad.
I felt so horrible. Like, why does she, what? Like, it's just stuff. I just pay attention to stuff like that, and it bothers me.
Yeah.
Seriously, like when I see old people out and they're struggling, they have bags in their hand, it breaks my heart.
Like my father, because of my disabilities, I can't really like drive myself, so my father has to do it. He's in his 70s, and so I feel bad about making him go to the office with me just to drive me there. He says he enjoys it, and yeah, to his point, he does enjoy going out and talking to people. He is extremely extroverted, but still, at some point I don't want him to just be my driver just because I need to go to the doctor a lot, just because I need to go to the office every week or whatever. Yeah, I don't want, I don't want that to be something that he's obligated to do. And so that's part of why I'm just like this company is not going to allow me to work from home or accommodate me in the ways that I need to be accommodated. I think I'm the only one who could accommodate myself fully. And that's probably that. And so I'm going to try to do the best with what I've been dealt with. Yeah. So that's, yeah. So I definitely feel the same way with my father, especially because yeah, he is up there in age. He is in his 70s. I can't imagine him working in that same fashion, right?
It just because I'm like, that could be my mom.
Yeah.
Luckily, she has a person that attends to her and does her shopping and all that stuff. But it just bothers me. I don't know. That was just something I observed today that I'm just like, this is crazy. Like all these older people that I know, and I know people retire and then they go back and they work.
Yep.
But 9 out of 10 times, it's not because they want to keep themselves active working. There's other things you can do to keep yourself active and on the go instead of going to get a second job. They're getting a second job to supplement their income because the retirement is not enough or they need more money to live. That's the point. That's the point here. Like, you're not going to sit there and tell me a 70-something-year-old woman wants to go work at Starbucks just for the fun of it. I doubt it. And if you do, I'm pretty sure there are cases that they do, but I doubt it.
It does happen.
Not here in America. That lady's working because she needs the money because she
Yep. Although my mother has told me that, part of why she doesn't want to go to the Philippines is because she doesn't want to just sit around and do nothing. And I mean, yeah, as somebody who is of that same or similar persuasion, I get that too. But, she also does need the money, and that's why she keeps working.
She can't afford to live probably with. I'm just unhappy. It just bothers me. I don't know. That was just something I observed today that I'm just like, this is crazy. Like all these older people that I know, and I know people retire and then they go back and they work. But 9 out of 10 times, it's not because they want to keep themselves active working. There's other things you can do to keep yourself active and on the go instead of going to get a second job. They're getting a second job to supplement their income because the retirement is not enough or they need more money to live. That's the point. That's the point here. Like, you're not going to sit there and tell me a 70-something-year-old woman wants to go work at Starbucks just for the fun of it.
No,
I doubt it. And if you
they
do,
don't.
I'm pretty sure there are cases that they do, but I doubt it. Not here in America. That lady's working because she needs the money because she can't afford to live probably with. I'm just unhappy.
Here's something I notice about a lot of boomers is they refuse to retire. Like, they don't want to give up their, status and power and wealth. But they're so clocked out when it comes to showing up for their adult children and grandchildren in the ways that really matter and help. And it's so funny because so many of the boomers in my extended family are really questioning why I'm pursuing dual work and asking, is that really necessary? And I'm like, yeah, people having kids right now don't have any support. They don't have the village and the community that so many people relied on in every other generation before this. It's crazy to me they don't see this.
Boomers refuse to pass the torch. Absolutely true. Boomers should have passed the torch and started training their replacements 15 to 20 years ago. They did not do that. They're holding on. They're taking the torch down with them. They're putting that torch out. Boomers call people in their 40s still young, and professionals with degrees in their 20s children. Boomers will not
They
make
do.
space for us and are destroying the industries they should retire from.
Actually, no, boomers can work and receive Social Security at the same time. They don't lose Social Security.
It's true. They can. They can do that. It is true. Yeah. And you're basically forced to after a certain age, I think, you are forced to take out Social Security, regardless. But yeah, about the whole boomers are taking down the industries. I mean, in the first place, the industries probably shouldn't even be there in the first place. I mean, if they're not sustainable enough to take on new workers, why do they exist? I mean,
If they go back to work, so they're not on a fixed income in any way. Okay, if they are below full retirement age, which means they retired early, so they are between 62 and 67, and they are on Social Security, they have an income limit of $22,000 per year, which works out to like around $1,800 per month they can make. If they're over 67, they don't even have an income limit because they've retired. They can collect Social Security and work. That's their fixed income that they can actually increase, and you can't. Okay? So keep that in mind when they try to beg you with their poor little sympathy about all they've done and how you haven't worked as hard as them and how you need to do more. No. Don't fall for their nonsense. They have dementia.
If you're like me and you have some well-meaning boomer family members who think that how hard we have it is similar to how hard they had it, I'd like you to ask them. They all own homes, right? I don't know any boomers who rent. I know that there are. I know there are a lot of older folks who are very lonely and
there are
poverty,
now.
but the boomers in my family own their homes. Ask the boomers in your life who own their homes what their job was when they bought their house. And ask them their most recent neighbors who have moved in who also own homes on their street what those people's jobs are. My grandfather was a teacher. He was a teacher, he was a teacher in San Francisco, and he bought a house in the East Bay of the Bay Area. My parents actually also bought a home in the East Bay when they were like 22 years old because that was a thing that you could do at the time. So he bought that house. I don't know how much he bought it for, less than $100,000. It is now probably worth about $2 million. And he often talks about the young families on his street who I'm sure work in tech in the city now because there is no San Francisco teacher who owns a home in the East Bay that's worth $2 million.
Yeah.
And I just think it's the perfect example. Likewise, where I work, there are a lot of older folks who've worked there for decades who own homes in the area.
Oh, yeah.
There's no one my age who owns a home in that area. We all work together, right? They're commuting just 5 minutes. We're all commuting from much farther away where we can afford to live and work there. So I think it's a really good litmus test that we can test by just simply asking, how old are your neighbors? Where do they work? Could you have lived here working where you were? Like, could you have bought this home now with the job you had then? And then that conversation can segue to the fact that we need $300,000 a year to just barely make it as middle class people. Okay,
No, I'm gonna let this happen. I'm gonna let this shitstorm happen.
figures is nothing. It's fucking nothing. And please, I live in LA. I'm talking about like the
Really.
cities, so the higher cost of living areas, but also too like everyone, we all deserve enough money to own a home, go on vacation, have a savings account, pay for our kids to go to college. These are not things that only wealthy elites should be experiencing. We all
Exactly. And that's not even the case in Europe. There are people in the UK, they can vacation even though they are very much working class. They can vacation in places like Spain. They can go to Ibiza. They can go all over the world. And they are working class. And they're given that time off. They're given, enough money to where they could save up for a vacation every year. They can do that in Europe. Like, yeah. If they can do it there, we can do it here. We have more money per capita. We have more wealth per capita. Overall, our workers are paid more. But everything is so expensive that that's not even a possibility for most of us. I have not been on a vacation ever since I was in like high school. Okay, so yeah.
This should be the bare minimum.
I just had the
It
most
is.
infuriating
It should be.
conversation with my mother, who is a boomer, who owns her own business,
Yeah.
and is complaining how she cannot find people. She cannot keep good workers. My mom owns a landscaping company, and her clients are like live in multi-million-dollar mansions. She doesn't just like cut grass; like she builds beautiful botanical gardens, like Japanese tea houses, imports stone, builds terraces, puts in fountains, and like, you know, like palm trees and shit. Like her gardens are, some of them are like $500,000 gardens that she's installing into these people's homes. And in the past couple of years, she's had so many complaints about how she can't find good people. She had a slew of people steal from her last year. Like, she had one girl who's like, you know, a heroin addict, and she had another girl who like defrauded her for like $10,000. Like, all of this like fraud and problems because she keeps having issues finding and retaining good people. And recently she asked me to write some copy for her and do some like ad work, and she's like, I know what we need like all these young people, they want to work at a fun work environment, and they need like, we need to make a brochure or like an ad with like happy smiling teenagers on the front, and that's how we're gonna get them to work for me. I'm like, Mom, let me ask you a question. How much are you paying these people? You just
Yeah,
like, well, I start
exactly.
them out at 12 an hour, and I'm like, well,
12 an hour.
That's your problem. That's why you cannot retain good people.
Yeah, you cannot expect a good employee at 12 an hour. This is why internships, even those that are unpaid, have to be paid in something like college credit, you know? Because when you don't give people an incentive, what the hell are they gonna do? What are they gonna do for you? Yes, you can be like, oh, well, this is landscaping, so it's, you know, not like one of those highly paid industries, but still.
People, no amount of clever ad work by me, or pizza parties, or
Pizza parties.
ball tables in the conference center is gonna keep
Who's
people
ball
at
tables
your,
in the conference
you
center?
know,
Oh
at
my
your
god.
company if you're paying them $12
12 an
an
hour. Of course,
Like,
they're gonna steal from you. You're stealing from
is
them.
what I got paid as a lifeguard in high school
Yeah.
in like
My first job, I got paid 12 an hour. So, yeah. And I already had an associate's degree too at the time. No.
2001, like as a lifeguard.
Exactly. And when I was working, it was like 2015. Think about that.
That's not the wage. You cannot have
No.
that wage anymore.
No, you
I was
cannot.
like, Mom, look, you couldn't get me to show up to a job, a desk job where I could like take out my book and read for 8 hours. You couldn't get me to show up to that job for less than 20 an hour.
No.
That is the wage you need to be charging anymore.
Exactly.
And she's like, that's too much.
That's not too
I
much.
can't afford that. And I'm like, what do you mean you can't afford that? Your gardens cost like $500,000. You could literally just tack on a $5,000 administration fee to every single thing you sell, and no one would notice.
They
And
won't.
she's like, blah, 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 no one wants to work anymore. And I'm like, not for $12 an hour. I was like, Mom, the
Yeah,
job
not
that
for 12
I have,
bucks.
just like answering phones and doing emails like an administrative assistant, I'm paid $20 an hour. She
Yeah.
was like, oh, are you doing QuickBooks? You should be doing QuickBooks if you're administrator. And I was like, QuickBooks is an accounting software. If I was doing QuickBooks, I'd demand to be paid at least $50 an hour. And she was like, no, that's too much. And I'm like, you guys, your whole generation is so out of touch with what the going rate for everything is. She's like, I don't need your advice. And I'm like, okay, have fun getting stolen from for the next couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of
commented on a
deserve it at
video
that point.
about boomers who won't retire so that the next generation can get jobs. And I said that I was born the last year of the baby boom, so I'm not quite retirement age yet.
Yeah, no.
But I have retired early, so maybe that makes up for one old boomer who just won't give up. Some girl replied to my comment and said, the youngest boomers are turning 50 this year. You're probably thinking of the silent generation.
Yeah.
My grandparents were silent generation. How old do you think I am?
I appreciate you guys watching the video today. Please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe down below. And I'll see you guys in the next video.
That was fun. I guess I'll give a like. I've been like slow studying because I can't do like extreme studying right now. Oh my god. I'm so tempted. Alright, let me get mad for a little bit.
A new study shows an alarming trend revealing how people across the country view Asian Americans.
Brady Wakayama with our Seattle sister station
Ow.
spoke with local Asian Americans and a University of Washington ethnic studies professor about what this survey found.
The Asian American Foundation is a nonprofit group focused on combating anti-Asian hate and serving Asian American and Pacific Islander communities. The organization
That
has
already
released
says
its
that
annual
it's not gonna
survey
be good
on
news.
how Americans perceive Asian Americans, and the results are hurtful for many.
Seeing the results from the survey was upsetting.
A new survey released by the Asian American Foundation is raising concern.
And again, if y'all did not know, I am Filipino American. Grew up in Texas, all that.
Why is it Asian? Why is it Middle Eastern? Why is it Africans? Why is it just black and brown skinned folks? How come we have to always prove our Americanness?
Han Eckelberg is a longtime member of Mach Phi Kung Fu, a Seattle group that specializes in traditional Chinese lion and dragon dance performances. He's proud to be a Chinese and German American, but is still grappling with the results of the survey that involved nearly 5,000 people across the country.
It feels horrible, right? I'm Chinese American, and knowing that myself, my friends, my family, right? My community down here, we are not a threat.
The results reveal three key findings. 40% of Americans think Asian Americans are more loyal to their country of origin than the U.S. That's double of what it was in 2021. More than a quarter of Americans are concerned that Chinese Americans are a threat to U.S. society, especially when it comes to national security.
So yeah, obviously, it's all about racism, stereotyping, all that. And this does not surprise me in the slightest. Not at all. I mean, that whole, like, do Asian Americans have loyalty to their country of origin versus the US? I mean, I'm sorry, but, like, I don't even know what kind of question that is. It's kind of like, you know, like, do you ask? I mean, like, legitimately, do you ask this about people of other groups, right? Other than Latino Americans, do you ask this type of question about other groups? I don't think you would. It's so irrelevant.
And more than half of Americans don't fully agree that the Japanese American incarceration was wrong.
Oh yeah, I've seen this bullshit online. It is just despicable. Yeah, no. Like I've literally seen this type of like sentiment online before. Like yeah, like seen this sentiment where folks are like, you know, like detaining Japanese Americans was totally acceptable. The atomic bombs were totally acceptable and not a crime against humanity in the slightest. Like, why don't you just shut the hell up? Learn some history. Read. Like, if it's about literacy for you, there are a million video essays talking about this exact thing. Like, if you can listen to a basic podcast by basic people who you know, raise up as celebrities, you can listen to one of those various video essays about the plight of Japanese Americans in internment camps. Although I do find this to be quite misleading. Come on, like 56% of Americans don't strongly agree. I mean, did they look at why the somewhat agrees, you know, why they thought so? Because 44% strongly agree. That's pretty high. 25% somewhat agree. That's also pretty high. You don't even get like figures this high for things like um gender neutral marriage, like marriage equality. You know, this is kind of misleading. But I do agree that there is a problem because, like, with this like 15%, they're very vocal on the internet. They really are. Where's my dog barking?
Is wrong. I think a review, at least for someone like me who's been following this for a while, that things have not changed much.
Connie
No.
So is a University of Washington American Ethnic Studies professor. She also happens to be Eckelberg's mother. She believes there are several factors, including the rise in Asian hate during COVID-19 and where the country is at economically.
A lot of it does have to do with misinformation, but also nowadays, especially against Asia, it's economic competition. I think America is not what it used to be. A lot of countries are starting to do better. Many of those countries have been in Asia.
Despite the outcome, this Asian American family is optimistic moving forward and will continue being who they are proudly.
We got to take greater ownership.
Of course we are.
And really show this resilience that we are very proud of our culture.
We are. I mean, people have like this myth that, if you're not mainstream American and you're not totally exclusively mainstream American, that you're not like gonna be American enough. Which is kind of fun because like America is literally a multicultural society. American culture is basically European culture infused with a bunch of other cultures, right? Like that is what American culture is, and that's what it's supposed to be. And on top of that, of course, American culture is not even native culture. American culture imperializes native culture, right? So, yeah, it's like the prospect of not being American enough is just hilarious to me. But it's not even surprising. I am like messing up my algorithm completely today.
By
Alright,
now, you
let's see what
probably
this
know
is.
that I graduated from CalArts in 2018 with the highest award that the school has to offer.
I
When
did
people
want to
find
do.
out this information
I
for
did
the
want to
first time,
do
they all tend
art
to ask
school
me
at
the
a
exact same question, which is
certain
this:
point in time.
how do I go to CalArts? How do I get to art school? And I tell them, you don't. There is a very, very small percentage of people for whom I actually recommend art school, and you are almost definitely not in that percentage. I was
I'm
very
probably
in that
not.
percentage. But then I tell people why, and by the end of the explanation, they almost always agree with me. And so by the end of this video, you're going to agree with me too. Here's the order in which I'm going to save your life, and also probably about $200,000 to $300,000. Are you ready?
Damn.
Number 1, who should not go to art school? Number 2, why you should not go to art school. Number 3, who should go to art school. And number 4, how you can make your art career work without art school. Number 1, who shouldn't go? Anybody who's not rich. Let's break it down. In the last video, I told you that CalArts costs $80,000 a year,
Automatically
or $240,000 in 4
disqualifies
years,
me.
or 2 G-Wagons, with just housing, tuition, fees, and food. But what I didn't include in that sum...
I know I'm like 31, so clearly I'm not going to go to art school at this point in my life, but still. I was actually planning to like do art school at one point, like instead of retiring, I do art school and start a second career. But yeah.
Sum was art supplies. Are you going to get a Cintiq? That costs $3,000. Are you going to get an
True.
iMac or a MacBook to run the Cintiq off of? That's another $2,000. The oil painting class alone, 3 hours a week, that's $100 conservatively on the cheapest end of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Movie tickets, if you go out to see movies for research, to write reports for classes, not to mention, how are you going to get to the movie theater? What car? Do you know how much an Uber costs in LA?
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm getting at? If you're not rich, these expenses stack really quickly.
Yep.
And you can take out a loan for sure. I did that. But what I will
Oof.
say is that with the state of the animation industry right now, there are thousands of animators out there with 1 to 20 years more experience than you have when you graduate who can't get jobs. I will tell you that the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy creator just started a Patreon specifically, in his own words, for the reason that he can't get a job. The second category of people who should not go to art school is people who don't know exactly what they want.
That's messed up.
And I mean exactly. I mean
That
to the
dude's a
point where you are
legend.
willing to do whatever it takes to get your dream. To the point where you are even willing to be in debt for decades after graduation. If you have even a sliver of a doubt, don't go to art school. Guess who fits into that category every single time automatically? High school students. I cannot in good faith recommend any art school to any high school student. For you, it's a scam and they're scamming you. I know they want you to pick your entire life when you're 17 years old, and that's impossible to do. But there is a big difference between going to a community college to figure it out for a few years and going to an $80,000 a year art school, which is essentially a trade school, where you're going to know everybody in that class for the rest of your career, and that some of them will be your bosses. That is a bad idea on all counts. Let me tell you why. When I finally decided that I wanted to become an artist and that I was going to go to CalArts, I got into contact with the only person from my high school who had ever gone to CalArts in the history of both schools. This person was kind enough to meet me, and when they did meet me, they gave me some very serious advice that I'm now going to give to you. This person told me that CalArts is full of artists, and that in high school, many artists get bullied, and that when those artists find themselves in an environment where they are finally in the majority by whatever metric, many of those artists will become bullies themselves.
Yeah.
Then this person told me that CalArts is going to be full of drama, and that it's going to be very, very hard not to get sucked into it.
That makes sense.
But that I'm going to have to keep my nose clean no matter what.
Yeah.
CalArts is a really high pressure environment, and the reason for that is because there's this idea that we're all competing with each other for a limited pool of jobs. But the secret thing that you don't realize when you're in art school is that none of you are competing with each other. All of the business of politics and which group should I be in and blah, 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 none of that matters, because at the end of the day, you all graduate. And then you all get out there. And you all get jobs. And a lot of the time, when you go get those jobs, animation is a very small and very contained village. Everyone's going to know exactly what you did when you were in school. You're going to have an enemy in school? Okay, great. Well, now you're at an internship in a side-by-side cubicle with your enemy working on projects together.
Knew that would
You have beef with a teacher? Well, great. Now you just got hired on a job where that teacher is the art director at your job. These are not instances that I'm making up. I saw these things with my very own 2 eyes. Animation is a very small village. Everybody knows everybody, and everybody knows everybody's business. So keep your nose clean, right? That's
I was
why
just
you
gonna
should
say,
go when you're in high
I
school.
got that same mic. Oh my
Give
god.
yourself some time.
Sorry.
The other reason, by the
But I
way,
got
that
that
you
same
shouldn't go
mic.
into art school straight out of high school is simply because of this. I spent hundreds of hours in the film library at CalArts watching student films dating all the way back to the 1970s, and I will tell you what they are about. 4 things. Number 1, there is a businessman. He does not like his job. He has a revelation. He quits. That's number 1. Number 2, there is a dog. The dog has an adventure. The owner does not know about the adventure. Everything's okay in the end. Number 3, mood piece, vibes. There is a person who has their whole life ahead of them, but they're feeling very anxious anyways. This piece ends with a sunrise, usually after a big party. And number 4, there is a girl. Loving her will solve everything. This film ends with a kiss. You're going to spend $300,000 to make 4 short films that we've already seen 100,000 times before because every other 18-year-old before you has lived the exact same life as you.
Oh my god.
You're gonna make a film about your parents or your dog or not wanting to work in an office or a girl that you have a crush on. Why? Because that's what you know at that point. Take a year off. Don't go straight out of high school. Go backpacking. Get your heart broken. Join a roller derby team. Break a leg, break an arm. Teach a skydiving class like one of the animators that I know. Learn to fly a plane. Make some stupid decisions and see the world from a different angle and make art the whole time that you're doing it. I'm not trying to discourage you from becoming an artist. This is basic strategy. You want to stick out, you want to stand out, you want to be a big deal, you want to go far, then you have to say something different from everybody else. When I was on Strange World, do you know who had the best character designs? A former biologist. The coolest, chillest animator that I ever worked with. How did they get so chill? A decade on tour as a touring musician. You have to have a different viewpoint if you want to stand out. Read the book Outliers by Malcolm Gladwell, and then give yourself the highest chance of being an outlier by making different decisions wherever you can. 3rd category of person who should not go to art school. Anybody who is
It's kind of funny because I literally just read about like outliers in my in my notes.
A lot of confidence to make it through as an
in
artist.
my digital textbook.
When I was in my 2nd year of school, I had spent that entire summer living with my grandma. I wrote a poem about it, and when I came back to school, I wanted to make my short film off of that poem. I showed that short film, the storyboards and the animatic, to 10 artists that I really, really trusted, and all of them had a critique. They told me to get rid of the poem. They told me I needed stronger narrative. They told me to push the camera in because nobody's going to care about the characters unless the camera is right up in their face. So I got really discouraged, and I spent an entire semester trying to make those critiques work. But at winter break, I went back and stayed with my grandma again. And when I came back, I felt very renewed, and I threw out all of the work that I had done so far that year and started again from my own vision. And you know what happened? It aired for 3 years on PBS.
Ooh.
My friends and family back home were able to watch my short film on public television, and I got paid $300 for it. Nobody knows what your vision is until it's done because you're the only person who can see your own vision. If it doesn't exist, they're going to critique their idea of what they think you might be doing, but you're doing something else. Stick to your guns. Stay true to yourself. Your voice is the only truly unique thing about you. Do not ever change it for anybody else. Develop it, cultivate it, do not change it. Now we get to part 2. The people who should go to art school. Are you ready? Listen closely because this might be you. Number 1, anybody who's rich. If you got the money, come on in. Besides for the money fears, it was some of the best times of my entire life. And some of the coolest people that I ever knew at school were rich people. Many of them went on to be in the industry. Some of them just did it for fun and they're doing different stuff now. Who cares? If you got the money, come on in. Number 2, people who should go to art school is people who are a little bit crazy about their dreams. This is the category that I fall into. If you are watching this video and thinking to yourself, you don't know me, you can't tell me what to do, you don't know anything about me. If your parents and guardians told you that you should be a lawyer when you grow up, if they called you stubborn or hard-headed, or you're the type of person who thinks that you could do anything that you want no matter what, then you can. I believe in you. You could do it. Go to art school. You'll make it work. I'll see you out here. Number 3,
I hate
people
that.
who
That's
should go
me.
to art school. Anybody with low self-preservation instincts and very high work ethic. That's actually extremely necessary to make it in the animation industry. Long hours are not a problem for you. You plan on working until your fingers fall off, and that's cool with you? Come on in. You're
I'm
exactly
those
what
last
we
2.
need. And number 4,
That
people with
sucks.
excellent mental health. You
No,
get 12 free
not
counseling
me.
sessions at CalArts. I'll tell you that right now, and it's typical for most art schools, and you will need them. It is a really really high workload. It is a really high pressure environment. Sometimes you're going to feel off. That's okay. There's no shame in that. You can leave if you want to, take a gap year and come back. There is no shame in that. The dropout rate here is insane. There's 56 people when I came in. There is 18 people when I graduated. Don't burn out. Take breaks. Take care of yourself. The highest priority is that you stay healthy, period. Everything else can be negotiated later. Now, you can have one of any 4 of these individual categories and probably make it work, but if you really want to succeed, I would recommend you have all 4. Being rich, being crazy about your dream, having high work ethic and low self-preservation instincts, and also having really, really good mental health, that is the very, very small percentage to whom I actually recommend art school. That's almost nobody. I definitely didn't fit in that category, but you could probably go and make it work. If you really want to, go. It'll change your life either way. But if you don't want to, if my video convinced you not to go, then here is how you can do it without. Nobody else is going to give you these tips. The only reason that I know them is because I went to work with 75% people who did not go to CalArts or to any other art school, and this is what they told me that they did. I'm telling you what they did in order to make it into the animation industry and have successful careers. Number 1, online classes, and I will tell you their names.
Yep.
Schoolism, $300. College of the Canyons, write that one down. That's a really big one. They have storyboard classes and all that type of thing. Flooby Newbie, free. Temple of the 7 Golden Candles, free. That's where I learned to storyboard from. And my favorite tip, if you have a favorite animator or storyboard artist, follow their Instagram, and if they don't teach a class, go through their following list until you find an artist that they like who does teach a class. Because almost definitely you're going to find one who teaches a class. How do I know? Because all my friends teach classes or have attended a class taught by a friend of theirs. You want to learn storyboarding or animation from a person who is working in storyboard or animation. Trust me, that's going to cost you less than $1,000. 2, life drawing. Go in real life. There is almost definitely a life drawing class within 2 hours of you, and they're probably going to charge between $5 and $15. Sometimes it's entirely on donation. I don't even want to tell you the name of the website that I use because I want you to go in real life so bad, but I will give you the name of the website at the very, very end of the video for anybody who is disabled or too young or can't get to a class for whatever reason.
Same.
I'll tell you at the end. But if you can get outside, just go to a park. If it's too expensive for you to go to a class, go to a park and draw the dogs, the birds, the people who walk by. That's better than drawing from a photo. Don't draw from a photo. If you must, a video will do, but in person is always better than from a screen. 3, this is a big one, a Discord with like-minded people. How do you get better quickly? You find a rival. And it's even better if that rival can be one of your friends. I could be with my friends constantly for everything. Some of them know and some of them don't know. A friend of mine ran a 10K, so I pushed myself from a 5K to a 10K just so I could also run a 10K. A friend of mine got 200,000 followers on Instagram, so I am hauling ass to get to 210,000 followers on Instagram. And when I get there, believe that person is going to get to 215, and then I'm going to get to 220. If you have a friend that you can compete with in a friendly manner, you're going to get better like crazy. I am extremely
I wish I could do that.
You should always have at least one person that you're trying to beat, and it's even better if that person is your friend, because that way they can teach you how to beat them. You can
True.
ask them questions and you can improve together. If you're lucky,
It'd
you
be
will form
neat.
a rivalry that will last your whole life. That was Milk Call and the Nine Old Men. That was Vincent van Gogh and Paul Gauguin. That was
Yeah.
Dali and Duchamp. That was Lennon and McCartney. Do not worry about being the best on your own. Just be better than your
Wait,
friend.
Dali
Beat
and
the shit
Duchamp?
out of someone that you love. And you know
What's
that old
Dali?
adage, it's like, oh, you're only in competition
Oh,
with yourself from yesterday.
Salvador.
True, but I also like to be in competition with a friend because that way they can try and beat me too. 4, very similarly, post your art, make a community online or find one, join one, start YouTube, find people on there because
Sure.
they're going to inspire you, and eventually over time you'll find that you're inspiring other people as well. Number 5, find a mentor, whether it's an artist in town or your painting teacher or your mom's co-worker who has an art gallery once every year. Just find a person who can teach you how to hold the brush right, how to hold the pencil right, how to blend your strokes properly, because you're going to learn the basics from that person in a way that you can't teach yourself. You have to know something in order to teach something, so let somebody teach you. If you can't find a mentor in person, find one on YouTube or find one in history. Lastly, and this one might sound crazy to you, move to LA. If you're really serious about the animation industry or the film industry, that's where the work is. And it might sound like that's a crazy and drastic thing to do, but with moving trucks, online classes, gasoline, and a year's rent, you
Yep.
will still pay less than a semester at CalArts. No matter what you end up choosing, I believe in you, and I really think, I might be biased, but I really think that following your dream is the most rewarding thing a person can do in this life. So keep
Yep.
it up. Don't give up and get a little bit better every day. You will make it as long as you do just those two things, okay? I'll see you in the next one. One more thing. If you're watching this from CalArts, can you please take a picture of my name engraved on that golden plaque in the character animation office and send it to me so that I have a picture for my records, please? Also, the website is called Croaky Cafe. It's $12 for the entire year. Bye.
Let's see this. I mean, it's CNN, but
75 grand right out of high school and no college debt. And you're thinking, what's the job? Athlete? Social influencer? Nope. Try welder. That's the salary commanded by an 18-year-old who will soon graduate from Philadelphia's Catholic Father John.
I find it so funny that like people with literal college degrees, people who made a name for themselves for being educated and reporting, are spreading this. Okay. Okay, let's see.
Father Judge High School, and he's not alone. All 24 graduating seniors in the school's welding program have job offers of $50,000 and above.
Yep.
Aiden Holland is the student with the $75,000 commitment from a defense contractor in New Jersey. They want him to be a nuclear submarine welder. And these stories are not one-offs. They're part of a reevaluation that Randy Weingarten, the head of the American Federation of Teachers, calls shedding the misperception some may still have of technical education as a dumping ground for students headed for low-skill, low-paying jobs. This is the new thinking. The world of education is in a state of flux. The 3 R's now stand for rework, revamp, and review. And this thinking applies to both high school and college. And I don't mean the College of Cardinals. It's been long overdue and now accelerated by the role of artificial intelligence. A poll of 1,000 college students showed that almost 90% of them used the chatbot to help with homework. And that was taken right after the launch of ChatGPT. More recent research shows widespread use of AI in both high schools and colleges. The question today is not are students getting help from AI, but are they doing any of the work themselves? Thus, we get the story of Chungin Roy Lee, as told by New York Magazine. A computer science major at Columbia, he was quite open about how he exploited OpenAI. He used it on almost all assignments. He said 80% of his essays were AI generated. Quote, I'd put on the finishing touches, I'd just insert 20% of my humanity. The essays might have been 20% Lee's, but he got 100% of the grade, and that was okay with him. As he explained, most assignments in college are not relevant. But he adds they're hackable by AI. In fact, Lee launched an AI tool that helps students cheat their way through a job interview. Columbia put him on disciplinary probation. Lee notes that Columbia has partnered with OpenAI, which created ChatGPT, so why punish him? He predicts that it won't be long before using AI for homework won't be considered cheating. And if AI can do all the work, then why even go to class? A recent Harvard Crimson article by Sandhya Kumar, class of 2026, looks at the issue of students playing hooky, noting that Harvard has recognized there's a problem and now requires a certain level of attendance. Wrong answer, says Kumar. She says she pulls out her iPad or laptop to work on other assignments when the lecturer can't hold her attention. She recognizes missing class comes with a cost, but her analysis suggests it might be worth it. Check this out. Harvard's tuition, $56,550 a year. Quote, every class I miss costs around $117.81 plus the non-monetary cost of potential implications on my course grade. Who wants to waste $117 and forego a coveted A? The true cost of attending class isn't just measured in dollars, it's measured in time, energy, and opportunity. Every once in a while, that $117.81 feels like a worthwhile trade-off for an extra hour to finish an assignment, prepare for an exam, or recover from an all-nighter. And so I skip class. Kumar adds that students skip out because they don't feel they're learning anything new. They can get what they need based on their own with class materials. So,
although for me, because my grad school is online, my program is online, when you miss a class, you can still watch it later on. So that's like a plus for online school.
So, if AI can do all the work and class attendance is unnecessary, then why even invest the 4 years to get a degree? The White House seems to support this position in its own way. President Trump recently signed an executive order that states the government is no longer behind the one-size-fits-all approach to education, which previous administrations promoted as college for all. This new order is designed to modernize American workforce programs to prepare citizens for the high-paying skilled trade jobs of the future. And so we've come full circle now with the Republican Trump White House sounding very much like the teachers' union leader, Randy Weingarten, education making for strange bedfellows. And then again, the president may have his own reasons for supporting this reform because in recent election cycles, education has become the single best predictor of political leanings. Consider that in the 2024 election, Republicans won 14 of the 15 least educated states. Democrats won 14 of the 15 most educated states. Of course, it wasn't that long ago when being a college graduate meant that everybody thought you had the world by the tail and they had advice for you.
Yeah.
I just want to say one word to you. Just one word.
Yes, sir.
Are you listening?
Yes, I am.
Plastics.
Exactly how do you mean?
There's a great future in plastics. Think about it.
But as we've seen with the rethinking of the place of education and fresh out of high school welding jobs, the emphasis on college for earnings is changing. Mind you, the data still shows that college is the best bet in the long run. According to a recent study with Georgetown University, somebody with a bachelor's degree earns $2.8 million on average over their lifetime. A high school diploma will earn you $1.6 million. Of course, that's just the beginning of the calculus. For instance, engineering and business majors, they earn significantly more than those who get degrees in education or the arts.
Yep.
At the same time, learning a skilled trade offers job security that you can't always find elsewhere. I remember a great bestseller years ago by Thomas Stanley and William Danko. It was called The Millionaire Next Door. The surprising thesis backed by a ton of research was that if you want to find someone who's worth $1 million, there's no need to go to Beverly Hills or Park Avenue. You can just look around your own neighborhood. If a person has a steady job, is able to build up a business or a reliable service, and doesn't live a showy, flashy lifestyle, they'll be able to accumulate a surprising amount over the years. A compelling takeaway from The Millionaire Next Door is that many of the millionaires profiled, they weren't doctors, they weren't lawyers, they weren't executives. They were skilled tradespeople. They were small business owners. And the authors found that a significant proportion of millionaires were self-employed in what might be considered blue-collar or middle-market industries. Think plumbers, think welders, electricians, contractors, pest control operators. These individuals often built modest businesses over time. They exercised strict financial discipline. They reinvested profits rather than indulging in lifestyle inflation. Unlike some high-income professionals who often live paycheck to paycheck in high-status neighborhoods, these tradespeople, they lived well below their means. They avoided debt. They focused on wealth accumulation rather than status signaling. So with all the discussion of education reform, one fact emerges. No matter your path, it's not just the learning you get, but what you do with it.
Yeah.
Joining me now, someone who knows a great deal about it, Angie Simon, who in 2021 started the Heavy Metal Summer Experience, a nonprofit program that exposes high school students to careers in trades such as welding, plumbing, piping. It's a free program with over 50 locations across the United States and Canada. Angie, what happened to wood shop? What happened to metal shop? Tomorrow is Mother's Day. I think my mother still has the ladle that I made for her in metal shop, and somewhere I've got one of the business cards that I block style put together in wood shop.
You know, Michael, that's the problem. That's where the issue is. Somebody asked me, how long do I want to run Heavy Metal Summer Experience? And I said, only until we can get wood shops and metal shops back in high schools.
Yeah.
Right now, high schoolers don't know about the trades, and that's the problem. They don't have a chance to experience what it does working with your hands. And I think we need to get that back into our high schools, and our high schools need to respect the fact that there's a lot of other good paths to a career besides college.
Will you speak to the demand? Because I know you've got the data and you know what the situation is across the country, right? It's not just that we want to put these people through your program. There are jobs waiting for them.
Oh, yes, absolutely. There are so many jobs waiting for them. I mean, right now in construction, we are short about 400,000 jobs. And we have about 40% of our industry retiring in the next 5 to 7 years. So being short already, and then they're going to retire in our industry, there is so much opportunity for anybody that would like to be in the trades. And as you had said earlier, many of the tradespeople come through the trades and they start their own businesses as well. Probably about 65% of our contractors within SMACTA, the Sheet Metal Contractors Association, are own businesses by people that came through the trades. So it's such a great opportunity for the students to come through the trades.
We're showing some video of your heavy metal workshop. One of your students said something that caught my ear and my eye. Can we run that tape and I'll ask Angie a question?
There's too many people who don't know about the trades, and I'm glad that they're able to change that with this program.
Alejandro says there are too many who don't know about the trades, and as I watched the video and learned more about this effort, I thought to myself, who do we need to reach? Do we need to reach these students? That would seem obvious, or really is the issue their parents?
Yeah, it's a little of both, and counselors to a certain degree, and school districts.
Yeah.
But I am surprised when the parents are so surprised when they come to graduation from our camps to find out how much money a student can make, and the fact that they can be, if you join the union, you are getting trained with no cost to you, and you're making money while you're doing it. And they find out that they get pensions, they get benefits and everything else. They find out that they can make six figures. So it's amazing how quickly the parents will change their tune and say, okay, maybe we don't need to go to college. But we are also focusing on the at-risk and underserved areas. And these are parents that really weren't sure what their kids were going to do, period. And they look so relieved to see that their kids are enjoying this, working with their hands, and actually making projects. So I know that we hit a little bit of a button here because all of a sudden we grew so fast. I mean, to go from 28 kids in two camps in 21 to this summer going to have almost 900 students across the United States and Canada.
I'll be back.
Obviously, it's really needed. And sadly, we're turning down kids from our applications. We have so many applicants for all of our camps. And go ahead.
I know that a lot of parents, hope that their son, their daughter will rise up and work with their hands as an orthopedist or a dentist. But the takeaway here is you can get that same level of satisfaction and earn a good living through the skilled trades. Final thought is yours for 20 seconds.
Well, we were talking about when tradespeople, when I started college, got out of college, so 45 years of college, and started work at Western Alley where I began, mechanical contractor. The pipe fitters who were the same age as I was had already bought homes in the Bay Area. And I had just gotten out of school and I was just starting working. And that's the part that is interesting. You start 18 years old in the trades, and by the time you're 25 years old, you have probably bought a house, and even in the Bay Area. So that's the final thought. I mean, look at that opportunity in it. And actually with technology today, construction is not the same construction that people think about. A lot of technology. So.
Angie, it's a great point. In the Wall Street Journal story that I was quoting from, there was a contractor who does recruiting, goes into high schools, and he says, I'm not looking for the same person I was looking for 20 years ago. There's a technical proficiency, an understanding of computers that is now essential to these jobs because they've gone high tech. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much, Michael. Appreciate it.
Social media reaction from the world of X. What do we have? College has become a four-year party that you happen to be able to get a loan for. The bottom line is, if you can't monetize your degree, you shouldn't be able to get a loan for it. The taxpayer certainly shouldn't be on the hook to help you find. I mean, I think Will makes a good observation about how there's this taxpayer role relative to the college degree.
No, because for me, I mean, look, education is it's not a commodity. Education is about enriching the people, lifting up the people. It's supposed to be about education for a better, more just society. It's not about, oh, well, the taxpayers are paying this or that. Like, why are you complaining about loans in the first place? Education should not be a commodity to begin with. And the other part, of course, is that, we have a student loan crisis for a reason. Statistically speaking, yeah, we have more of other types of debt, but at the same time, student loan debt is still a pretty big deal. We can't underscore that fact that it is a big deal to have tens of thousands of dollars in student loan debt, like I do. It isn't just about like, oh well, why should I as a taxpayer pay for somebody else's care? It should be about the fact that like you as a taxpayer should be lifting up the people. Instead, we are paying for wars. We are paying for genocides to happen. Whether it be in Palestine, whether it be in Sudan, the Congo. Your taxpayer dollars are subsidizing that, and they should not be. They should be subsidizing people's education, healthcare, etc. They should not be subsidizing bullshit imperialist goals by the US government. Like, that's the reality here. By the way, this is Cookie. She is not currently eating, so I'm punishing her.
So Anthropic just announced Claude for Education. Now, if you don't know what Anthropic is or Claude, they are a competitor to OpenAI, and honestly, I think they're the best AI out there right now. For now, that could change like in the next 5 minutes. Now, what does it mean to have Claude for Education? Because like right now, anyone can access Claude from Anthropic. They have a free tier, they have a pro tier, and you can just use it right now. So what's different about the learning mode? Which is what they call it. They call it their learning mode, one of the key features. And this is something I stinking love. Instead of just providing answers, they're gonna guide students and help students develop critical thinking skills, which that's really what we have to learn now in the age of AI. Now, Claude's not the first company to do this, and also I think there's a better way to do this on your own with your own stuff. I'll show you here in a moment. I've done that with my kids. But this, I think, is a very neat and interesting step forward. And if we deep dive into the learning mode just for a moment, the big thing they're highlighting is their Socratic questioning, which instead of giving answers, it'll ask the student why. A bunch of big why questions to deepen their understanding.
I remember this in high school,
Do you have that supports your
in middle school.
Things like that. They're also doing full campus access agreements, which will provide Claude to all the students attending these universities. Right now, they've already been working with Northeastern University, London School of Economics.
Maybe I should have done
and
Northeastern instead of
Science. I didn't
Boston.
know that was not done yet. And then Champlin College. How do you say that? Now, from what I can tell, if you want to access Claude's learning mode in education, that's probably the only way right now. An organization like a university buying that plan and providing it to its students. At least I couldn't find a way to access it for myself right now. They do have, I think this is going to be like individual opportunities for students. So you could become an ambassador for your campus. Or if you want to build something cool, they'll provide API credits if you're approved after you apply. That's a weird way to say vibe coding, huh?
Yeah.
They're also building partnerships with companies like Internet2 and Instructure, which Instructure, they have this platform called Canvas, or software called Canvas, which is an LMS that a lot of these universities will use to provide their instruction. They're going to bake Claude into these things, integrating AI into their teaching and learning. Now, this is not the first time we've seen AI try to jump into higher education. We saw OpenAI do this with Oxford and also California State University. But as far as I can tell, Claude is kind of the first ones doing this Socratic method where they're trying to put some guardrails around AI. And that begs the question. I want to hear your thoughts on this too, so comment below. What do you think about AI in education? Do you think AI is going to make students smarter or dumber? Or does it depend on the student? And frankly, I don't think it matters what we think. AI is going to be used by students no matter what. They're using it right now. I recently became a big fan of this guy named Ethan Mollick, a professor at the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. And I love how he says this. He's trying to understand what our new AI-haunted era means for work and education. And he said this: the question is now not whether AI will change education, but how we will shape that change to create a more effective, equitable, and engaging learning environment for all. This is part of a paper he wrote called Post-Apocalyptic Education, which sounds fun, right? A survey found that 82% of undergraduates and 72% of K-12 students had used AI for school. That number's probably much, much higher. I don't know a student that isn't using AI for their school. And 45% are using it for completing other types of schoolwork, like writing assignments. And they don't see it as cheating. Most of the time. They're just getting some help, some answers for some tricky problems, the same way they might use Google to help them find something. And the students think they're learning by using AI to help with their homework, but it's kind of an illusion. Ethan Mollick calls it illusory knowledge. They don't realize that this is actually undermining their learning. They're getting advice and answers, and it makes them feel like they know what they're talking about. There was a study done at a high school in Turkey where some students were giving GPT-4 to help with homework. And while their homework scores rose, shot up, they actually learned less, scoring 17% worse on their final exam. And the students aren't the only one with this illusion. Teachers think they can detect most AI content from their students, but that's detection illusion. AI has become so good, it can write more human than humans can. There are no specialized AI detectors that can 100% detect it. Sure, the older AI, easy to tell. But with a few good prompts, you can make an AI sound just like you. And you can't just ask AI to detect AI. Even AI can't tell. So instead of teachers fighting AI and just leaving it to the students, because that's what's happening right now. If you're like, we're not doing AI at all, the students are gonna find a way to use AI. But we need to make sure
Yes.
the AI students are using is encouraging thinking, not replacing thinking, which is what Claude is trying to do. So I'm a massive fan,
Yep.
but this is not the only way to do this. And
No,
for me,
not at
like, I
all.
homeschool my kids. I'm not gonna be able to get a hold of Claude for learning. I'm not a big,
True.
massive organization, so how can I give my kids AI without ruining their thinking and making them super stupid? The answer is kind of simple. It's just going to be a fancy prompt. I'm actually using a prompt that Ethan Mollick came up with for my kids. Let me show you real quick. I'll put a link below for this. It's this one here, a tutoring prompt. And if you don't know what a prompt is for an AI, it basically tells it, here's who you are, here's what you're going to do, here's what you're not going to do. And I love this one because it will have the goal of improving understanding and to challenge students to construct their own knowledge via open-ended questions, hence tailored explanations and examples. Sounds like Socratic questioning. And it will start with gathering information, asking the student questions about what they already know, what level they're at. So all I do is take this prompt, every bit of this, and put it into my own version of ChatGPT that I give to my kids. Now, what are you talking about, Chuck? How do you give your kids ChatGPT? Well, I made a video about it here where you can host your own thing called Open Web UI. It looks like this. I'll show you the very things my kids use. I go to ai.hogwarts.studio. Here it is. Notice it does feel and look a lot like ChatGPT or Claude. And I can use ChatGPT or Claude through this. But if I go into my settings here, go to admin panel, settings, and models, I can tell the model what to do. Like right here, I have Claude 3.7, the latest Claude model. I call it AI Tutor 2.0. And right here under the system prompt, I told it who it is. Let's try it out. And by the way, I only give my kids access to these tutor models and nothing else. I think I spelled that right. I have no idea.
Neat.
But as you can see, it'll start to guide me through understanding it. It'll make sure the student understands it as it's talking to the student. It's incredible. And by the way, if you want to host something like this, you can do it easily. I have a video right here, and it's very easy thanks to this video's sponsor, Hostinger. Click on the link below or head out to hostinger.com/networkchuckvps. For just $6.99 a month, you can spin up your very own home lab server in the cloud and start hosting AI yourself. Now, I love Hostinger because they give you a ton of resources. So much so that if you want to do Open Web UI, that's awesome, do that. You can also do more things, like host your own Google with Cirx NG, I forgot what it's called for a second. Run some Docker containers, learn some tech stuff, run a website. You can do so many things on this VPS. And if you use code NetworkChuck10, you'll get an additional 10% off. So just check it out. And thanks to Hostinger for sponsoring this video. Now, what are your thoughts? AI in education. Are you a fan? Are you not? I know for me, I use AI to help me learn all the time. And you may too, but you have to guard yourself from that illusory knowledge. I think I'm saying that right. I feel like I'm saying losery. Losery knowledge. To where you feel like you're learning, but you may not be. But I think if we can all learn to use AI to deepen our thinking and reasoning, like our own personal super smart tutor or teacher right there next to us, that's how we're going to learn and grow faster. And here's the thing. You may be against AI. Fine. I think, though, yourself and your kids are going to be at a disadvantage. I believe if you augment yourself properly with AI, you will move further faster. But I get it. You gotta be cautious. We're in a weird day and age. That's all I got. I'll catch you next time.
Yep. I mean, that's ultimately my view of AI as well. I mean, there is a use case for it, there's a time and place for it. If you're studying something like software engineering, even math, if it's like a straightforward type of subject and it's not like expressive, then yeah, of course. That's kind of like the perfect use case for using AI to empower your learning. And I do it too. I mean, we're actually encouraged. However, for a situation where you're studying something like cookie. Yeah, well, if you're instead studying something like English, um, art, etc., something where you need to learn how to express your own thoughts, right? There is a use for AI maybe, but not as much as it is in more straightforward fields. And even in the straightforward fields, like you shouldn't be using AI to be like, okay, well, tell me what's happening here and I'm gonna plagiarize that. No, you should be instead, searching for inspiration, possibly, but that's about it. AI should be helping you express your knowledge and your capacity as a human being rather than being a replacement for who you are, because your perspective as a human being, of course, is ultimately what you're going to be paid for in the workforce, or what you're going to be paid to impart on others.
This is Julia James Davis, and welcome to The War on Beauty. There's this new trend in public art of statues of everyday Black women being installed in major cities around the world. Most recently, a 12-foot bronze figure appeared in Times Square, and a similar 13-foot piece now stands in Florence's historic Piazza della Signoria, right next to Michelangelo's David. Both of those statues of women were by Thomas J. Price. And this is very interesting because before this statue in Times Square, there was actually a massive sculpture of a hot dog that was meant to be a critique on capitalism. And I posted about this on Instagram and I got comments saying, oh, you're mad because it's a Black woman. No, it would be equally troubling if it was a white woman or a white man or a person of any other race. The problem is that we are monumentalizing the mundane. Contemporary art no longer points us to the eternal. Rather, it inflates the ordinary, the banal, and self-referential, and to a scale that was previously just reserved for saints, heroes, and God. Public art used to be about transcendence, but now it's about...
Okay, so we got a few thoughts. What's wrong with this? Like, what's wrong with monumentalizing the mundane? It's one thing if you're monumentalizing like mediocrity in the sense that you're talking about like, why is Trump equivalent to a demigod, or something along those lines. It's another thing when you're talking about monumentalizing the mundane, but like, I mean, the reality is that monumentalizing mediocrity, the average Black woman is not mediocre. Maybe I'm missing the point here, but the average Black woman is not mediocre. She literally has to be superwoman, getting educated. That's why Black women are among the highest educated demographics in the US. They have to be extremely strong-willed, ambitious in order to make it in this type of society and get through misogyny. And I mean, I don't see the need for critique here. And I'm almost certain that if I were to scroll down even a little bit, there's gonna be a bunch of racist misogynistic comments, not directed at her, but directed at black women. I guess let's watch for the sake of watching until I can, or at least as much as I can stomach.
Reflecting our present moment of making social critique. And the moment that it reflects is a reality that is marked by war, by sickness, and spiritual decay. And so by elevating the banal and the mundane, it is affirming all of that rather than lifting people up. And this is not new. In fact, this all began in the 19th century. In 1850, Gustave Courbet painted A Burial at Ornans, a massive canvas depicting an ordinary village funeral. Until then, such a grand scale of painting.
Okay, I could stomach a lot less than I thought. On occasion, I need to. Because from what I remember, this specific painting was 100% about uplifting the ordinary. That's the whole point of art in the modern sense. That's why you do social critique. Social critique by espousing a certain level of power to a black woman, for instance, to somebody who has traditionally been marginalized in Western society. That is a social critique. That's the type of social critique that we need more of. We don't need to focus only on certain things. We need to focus on the grand scale. Yeah. So, on occasion, I use my dislike button because, wow, way to miss the point. Is your job stealing your life?
You are joining me on a random Friday. It's like 11 p.m. We're gonna hang out for a little bit. I want to talk
Small
about
YouTuber,
how
why not?
I stopped hating my life and how I started to actually enjoy it. You know how people always say don't waste your life by waiting on the next thing. And I think we're all super guilty of that. I'm guilty of that, that I kind of like dread the here and right now. When you think about your past moments, I feel like there's a little bit of nostalgia, and you're like, oh my gosh, I wish I enjoyed that moment more. Or at least for me, this is something very common. And I feel like lately I found a few ways on how to stop that. And I really want to share that so that you can also enjoy the present moment and not just wait for what's to come, you know? I think you kind of need to recognize your patterns because when I think about law school, I was always dreading it so much I couldn't wait to finish law school. And then when I finished it, I had no idea what I was going to do. I had no idea what I want to do for a job. Then I did an internship. Also didn't really like that in the moment. Now looking back on it, I'm like, it wasn't that bad. I learned so much and I met so many new people. Then I was unemployed again and I didn't like that at all because it was like a huge of like, oh my gosh, what am I doing with my life? And now I'm working 9 to 5, my first 9 to 5 job. Okay, I don't want to waste every day, and I don't want to waste my life by hoping something changes, something gets better. So something that I really vividly remember is when I was in school, I couldn't wait to move out and have my own apartment, have a dog, and maybe even have a boyfriend. And now I have all of these things. And one of the things that I wanted the most actually was having my own apartment and not live at home. I never wanted to live at home. I absolutely hated it. And it is so crazy because you sometimes take it for granted, because this is your life. And I've not been living at home for a while now. But I still try and remind myself so many times that this is exactly what I wanted. And I have it right now because my 18-year-old self would literally do anything to have what I have right now. And we need to take a moment to appreciate it. Something that I also realized about my patterns is that when I was in school, in law, especially in law school, is that I was always super stressed. And I always told myself, like, I don't have time. I don't have time because I have to study and I have to do this and blah, blah, blah. And now that I'm working 9 to 5, I catch myself doing that again. I'm like, I don't have time. I don't have time. And yes, I might not have as much time, obviously, as when I was unemployed. That does not mean that I cannot enjoy my day-to-day life. And I think you need to really try hard. It is really hard, but you need to try and really enjoy what you are having right now in that exact moment, because I always said about one of my favorite Taylor Swift quotes, and it's not even in that sense, but it's always something that really stuck with me, is when she sings "Nothing Lasts Forever," which is a very relaxing thought if you are in a phase in your life that you might not be enjoying as much. When I went through really tough phases in my life, I was always like, nothing lasts forever. And the storm passed and everything was fine again. So what I want to say with that is, when I was in law school, I feel like I always felt kind of like guilty for not working, and I don't know, for kind of like being able to choose my own hours and study whenever I wanted to. I mean, I enjoyed that. I really enjoyed that. But I also felt guilty because it was like everyone else is working 9 to 5. And I feel like my biggest regret is that I did not, I mean, I enjoyed it, but I feel like I never had to feel bad about this. You know what I mean? Like, there has not been one point where I should have felt bad for that. And I remember when I started law school, I just got Bowie, my dog, and he was still, very young and very active. And we went on super, super long walks all the time. And sometimes I was a little bit overwhelmed with going on super long walks, which is obviously fine because, you should always kind of like value your emotions. But at the same time, I'm not saying that I didn't enjoy it, but now he doesn't like to go on super, super long walks anymore because he's a little bit older. So we go on shorter walks. And sometimes I'm like, I wish we would go on a longer walk. That's why you need to enjoy every era, every stage of your life that you're in right now. You know what? Do that make sense? I mean, it's 11 p.m. I feel like nothing really makes sense at this point. I wrote down some notes, but they don't make sense anymore. So to sum the first point up, I recognize now that I'm working 9 to 5 that I have the same struggles, the same patterns since pretty much I was in school, especially when I was in law school. When I was unemployed, I was always stressed, and I always kind of like
Yep.
told myself I don't have time for that and that and that and that. I was always in such a rush, and yeah, I always had the same pattern. I want to stop rushing, and I want to enjoy where I am in life right now. So how do you find joy in the right now? Honestly, it really narrows down to very simple and basic things. I know that sounds very stupid, but I feel like this is what it is all about. I know social media is at a very different phase and stage at the moment, and it is very materialistic. And people
Yep.
kind of like try to sell you that idea that you have to go, 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 you have to hustle, you have to work
They
out
tell you
all the
that all
time,
the
you
time.
have to almost not eat. And I feel like we're in a very toxic phase with, with social media at the moment. And there's this kind of like feeling in social media that you have to have certain clothes and makeup and skincare and so many materialistic things that actually no human ever needs. Okay, but social media is it became so much of like buying stuff and all of these Amazon hauls, and you always need new outfits. I love buying something for myself, especially now that I earn money and make money and I can do that. I'm talking about the very excessive buying, always having so much makeup, so many clothes, so much stuff that you actually do not need. But what I also realized is shopping doesn't make me super happy. Like, I enjoy buying certain things, but if I buy too much of something, it also overwhelms me. Like, no one needs, I don't know, like 15 pair of jeans, you know what I mean? And having so much stuff is more of a clutter than it is a joy. Especially with social media, you focus so much on what everyone else is doing. I feel like no
Yep.
one really focuses anymore on what you want to do. Like, what do I want to do, you know? And I don't say that it's wrong to follow trends. I just say it's wrong to follow them because everyone is doing them. Because honestly, I love wearing my high-rise jeans no matter what other people are doing. I love wearing skinny jeans no matter what other people are doing. I don't have a liquid blush. I don't, I don't always follow up to all of the trends because I don't need to and I don't want to follow every single trend. I have a Stanley Cup and I love my Stanley Cup. You know, and social media portrays a very unrealistic image of what you have to do every day. And it portrays a way of people are living in these very clean homes where nothing lays around. And maybe for some people this is realistic. It's not realistic for me. There is so much comparison in social media. There's comparison in all the materialistic things that you need to do. There is this beauty standard that you need to follow because I know most people don't realize it, but so many people have procedures done, like they have lip fillers, they have so many fillers in their face, and they get surgeries on their body, and there is so much fakeness out there. And people are taking things and whatever crazy things people are doing, and they're showing their vacations, their luxury vacations, and going on Coachella, and it's all that's my dishwasher. It is all so excessive. And what I want to say with that is, I feel like you're never going to be happy if you chase these excessive things. And if you're like, I'm only going to be happy if I have this lifestyle and if I go to Coachella and if I go out in the fanciest outfits or whatever and have the picture perfect Instagram holiday. I don't feel like you will ever be happy if you chase that. Because I came to realize the less I am now on social media, the less I compare myself and the more I actually enjoy my life, like my actual
Yep.
life, not what I portray on social media, but how I live day to day. And I
Absolutely.
find joy in very little things. I find joy in walking Bowie in the morning, which sounds so simple, but I love the fresh
It is,
air.
but
I love that it's
I used to
spring
do that.
and I love walking him. I love spending time with him. And even when I go to work, I still find joy in the little moments because I can wear my cute office outfit and I like my colleagues and I like seeing them in the office. I earn good money and
I think this is a
they're little
decent
things, you know. And then
perspective,
when I
even
come
though
home
I
again,
don't really like agree,
this sounds so weird, but I love walking Bowie.
but
I can
it's
do
really
my
just
little
because
Pilates session
I have a
or I
different
plan
perception
things with my boyfriend or
and
spend
a
time with my
different context.
family or have a journaling session or read my book. And that sounds noted. That sounds super boring to
I mean, yeah. See, I mean, there is enjoyment to be made in mediocrity. I didn't feel like watching the entire thing, but yeah, listening, you know what I mean.
I did just get laid off. You know,
Man, she looks like she's like 10 years
that did
younger
just
than me.
happen. I did just get laid off. What do I do now? I guess is the question, and we're gonna try to figure that out.
Yeah.
You know what? To be honest, not even mad about getting laid off because that's life. Like a lot of people are being laid off at this time period
Yep.
in time in the world. You know what's really pissed me off? I've never been laid off or fired in my life. Kind of disrespectful in that aspect. Here's the thing. I do have a lot of other things working for me money-wise. I'm getting paid out until the end of this month and all my PTO is paid out and I have health insurance until the end of May, which is great. Love that for me, truly. Gives me a lot more time to focus on content. I have been wanting to make content a full-time thing. Did I expect to be thrown into it? No. Do I think I'm in the right place financially for it right now? No.
No.
But I am in the right
Same.
place in my life. I'm turning 25, relatively
Oh,
young.
She's not 10
young.
years younger
I'm
than me. She's
youngin.
like
I live with my
6.
mom,
Oh
which
well.
was something that I was like feeling very like insecure about, and I wanted to change rather quickly. But now I'm like, hey, maybe we're fine. No, maybe this is great. Maybe I actually love it here. Don't have like crazy amount of expenses. Like I'm working on paying off my credit card bill and like paying my student
I would
loans and
love
like
that.
all those good things. So I don't have
I would
anything
love
like
that.
crazy going on. I have no kids, no partner, which is
Yep.
fine. Like that's good. That's good now. No,
I'm
it's
good.
good. I don't have a
I'm
partner.
good with that being
So like
my
I
case
guess
too.
it's good that I don't have an apartment and I don't have like, you know, people relying on me for money. That this
Ooh.
were to happen for the first time. To me,
Yeah,
it doesn't make it
unfortunately,
any
that's my
less
situation.
daunting and a little bit scary. But this channel is all about me figuring out life and like going from girlhood to womanhood. And I think it's a womanhood thing to be laid off, right? Like I feel like that kind of makes me an adult. I don't know. So a win for Sarah, kind of. I did immediately post this on the interwebs, all my accounts, Threads, Instagram, TikTok. I'm gonna post it on YouTube. This is me doing that actually. And the pity is coming in. The encouragement and the pity is coming in, which is great. Love that. Encourage, you know, good to know that people care about you. Oh my god. Okay, so we just need to figure out what the next steps are gonna be. What does it look like? What does laid off Sarah's life look like? They literally said that they're cutting out my email and like all access to everything today at the end of the day. So
Damn.
it's Monday. My full week is just freed up. What do we do? What does one do the first week of being laid off? Like, you know
You
what I mean?
go to
Should I
school.
give myself some
I'm
space
sorry.
to just like
No.
ingest this? Do I go ahead
Don't
and
do that.
start like figuring stuff out? Like, what do I do? This is like a 2-week paid vacation with no guarantee that you will be getting paid after the vacation. You know what I mean? So, what do we do? I'm thinking, you know what? I'm thinking, I am in fact thinking. I'm thinking I want to go hard on the content. That's what I want to do. I do want to make this content
I'm gonna
creator
allow
thing a
this
full-time thing. Like, I
audio
want us to
bullshit to
get
just
paid.
happen.
Like, I love bringing you guys on this journey. But imagine how great it would be if I was getting paid on this journey as well. Fantastic, right? I need to figure out how to make the brand deals that I'm getting a monthly reoccurrence. So I need to start pitching myself, which is scary. I mean, I don't know. This is just a week of me figuring out what this all means and what to do next and what this all looks like. I do have a lot of content that I've been wanting to do in film and like sit down and like really plan out what that looks like. So maybe we'll do that this week. I think a glow up is in order. A glow up would be nice. Laid off. Glow
I
up.
want that. I deserve a glow up
Clean
too.
out my,
I don't have time for it, but
closet. Go for some walks.
yeah, I'm gonna do that one day.
Do things that don't cost money.
Yeah, exactly.
I gotta go take my car to the shop. So I'm counting this as my day one. Day one feels weird. I woke up at 7 a.m. because that's the time that I usually wake up. So my body automatically woke up at 7 and I tried to go back to sleep and I couldn't. So then I just stayed up watching edits on TikTok of The First Frost, which is a C-drama that is the best show I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, there's honestly a lot of important topics discussed in this portion of my textbook. I just wanted to show that. By the way, this textbook is available for free, which is why I'm able to like show it on stream in the first place.
Good morning, guys. I did just wash my hair, as you saw in the. I'm assuming I put a montage somewhere in here. I don't know. Anyways, it's Wednesday, day 2 of being fun employed. And it's planning day. It's time to plan because
Did you just
yesterday I did
say fun
nothing,
employed?
as you also saw. I did literally
I should
nothing.
do that.
The entire day. So today we are deep conditioning my hair and getting shit done. Like figuring out just like what's next, what's the plan, what are we gonna do? Because my routine isn't set. Like I woke
Okay,
up
I'm just
yesterday,
gonna
like at
bring
my
Cookie.
normal
Oh
time
my
that I would for work,
god!
and even when I was laying down doing nothing, I was anxious that I
What
should
did
be
you
like checking
do?
in with my boss and like finishing this
Why is your
post
heart
and
beating so
sending out
fast?
this email. But I was like, no, Sarah, that's actually not.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
I feel
bring
like it's not the
Cookie
fact that I got laid
downstairs.
off.
Well, I'm
It's the
gonna let her
abruptness of
go
it all.
downstairs.
The abruptness is very uncomfortable because my body's like still trying to find its equilibrium. So today is all about figuring out a new routine and figuring out how this like how I'm gonna become a full-time content creator. How am I gonna make that work? How am I actually gonna do that? That's what this whole day is going to be about. Am I going to finish all this? Am I going to get overwhelmed? Am I going to probably stop in the middle of the day and dissociate into a K-drama? Probably. More than likely. But at least I'm trying. Starting somewhere. Baby steps, okay? This isn't going to solve itself in a day. Although I would love for it to, it will not. So first things first, we do need to go make ourselves some breakfast because I don't know why I decided to wash my hair today, right as soon as I got back from my hot girl walk at 7 a.m. And I said, let's wash my hair, actually. So it's 9. I need to go eat some breakfast. I also have been looking up like PCOS things, like routines, and like routines are really important when you have PCOS. Like you should wake up and go to sleep at the same time. You should like move your body first thing in the morning and 10 minutes after you eat every single time. So maybe we'll try that routine today. I went to sleep at midnight last night and then I woke up at 7:30 to go on my little hot girl walk, and then you're supposed to have like a high protein breakfast. I was doing this before. Like I was doing this and I was really good at it. I don't remember when I stopped, but I should start again. We have all the time, nothing but time. Literally nothing but time. So might as well start again. Some big decisions were made. Big things happened, big decisions were made. First and foremost, I'm freezing because I left my wet hair out for too long and now I'm cold, and so I'm wearing this like hoodie, like blanket thing that one of my best friends bought me for my birthday this last year, Christmas. Bought me for Christmas. Basically finished my like calendar for what I'm feeling and what the vibes are and how I'm gonna be like week to week. This is what she's looking like. Ow. Oh my god. This is what she's looking like. I feel very proud of her. I think some good things were done. some important things were done. I don't know. She looks colorful. She looks full. She looks robust. I put some time for like in the morning. It's always going to be like me making breakfast and like waking up and getting ready for the day. From 9 to 10, which is usually when I'm like sitting down, is admin every single day. And that's when I'm like answering emails and responding to comments and doing all that good stuff. I put time on Mondays is when I'm thinking I'm going to do long form filming. I've made a decision content wise that for YouTube, I want to post twice a week. I want to have like a sit down type of video on Wednesday and then a longer like vlogish style video to go out on Sunday. So Sundays for vlogs, Wednesday is for sit down video content. Those sit down videos that come out on Wednesdays or Thursdays, I don't know what day I'm gonna decide to put them out, but those are gonna be filmed on Monday from 10 to 1. Set aside time to film TikToks and Reels because I usually like interchange those and use them on both platforms. So I'm thinking I'm just gonna take time to do that 3 times a week, and then I'm gonna take time to edit because I like filming my Reels and stuff and then editing them right away and just putting them in my drafts. So I have like basically like a 4-hour period of like filming and editing. And then I have a separate day where I'm going to film YouTube shorts because I'm still getting used to the algorithm and I think I have to play around with them, and I don't think I can necessarily reuse my stuff from TikTok and Instagram how I want to for that. So I set aside some time on Wednesdays for me to do pitching and research and try to start pitching myself to businesses and do research on what kinds of businesses I'd want to work with and just like re-evaluating my pricing and just making sure I have everything done that way. And then Fridays are the days that I work on reading stuff for the magazine that I have. So that is when I have a meeting with my co-founder, and then I also am just going to do like read and admin stuff throughout that day. Sundays are my rest day. So that is the day that I'm doing no filming and no editing. I'm resting, and that is the day when I'm going to do things for me. And then on the 25th of every month, 24th, 25th, depending on what day it falls, that is monthly content planning. So I'm going to spend that day doing monthly content planning and planning for the next month ahead. And yeah, I put in the dates that I'm traveling because I'm traveling to Canada at the beginning of May and then Europe at the end of May. My birthday's also in May. I'm speaking on a panel for the first time in May. I'm gonna be in New York for basically all of May. So I just gotta figure out what content I'm gonna film during those times. And I also need to figure out what content I'm gonna film next week. My first week as a full-time content creator. Gotta figure out what that looks like. I think tomorrow is gonna be the first day that I try to fit the schedule, because tomorrow I have the workout from 7 to 9, admin from 9 to 10, YouTube long form editing because I do need to edit some YouTube videos, YouTube shorts filming. I wanna try to film maybe like a hair routine. Maybe I'm thinking of leaving my hair curly for the next couple of weeks, but I may have to not do that. I don't know. I haven't decided yet, which is why she's in the state that she's currently in. And then maybe try editing some shorts. I just don't know what kind of shorts I'm gonna do. I don't know what the vibe is yet, but we'll figure it out. What does she want to do now? I feel like I've been pretty productive. It's like 2:30. I could eat lunch, but I'm not really hungry for lunch right now. I was gonna post something on Instagram. Oh, I do need to edit this video because I took a video for TikTok with like, I got laid off and like all the things that my mom told me to ask about in my layoff meeting, and hoping maybe other people can use it because it's crazy out here, guys. It's kind of insane out here. The thing though is the TikTok video is on you guys. It's on this camera currently, so I'm gonna see you in a second. Just gotta take you apart real quick, so just, it won't hurt. Okay, hold on, I can't move. Okay, hold on. Okay.
Hoy pienso en qué pasó y cómo me afectó las horas que pasé en aquel bus.
This is such a productive day. This is so much different than yesterday when I did nothing. But you need that balance. You need those two kinds of days to like really figure yourself out. I'm filming this on my phone because here's the issue. My mom said that she wanted to go and pick up the car from the shop at
7 o'clock or 7:30 or something because she has a meeting at 8:30. So I woke up at 7. She's not up. I, lay down a little bit at 7:30. She's still not up. So then I text her at 7:45 and I'm like, hey, do you still want to go get the car before your meeting? You're doing to wait till after your meeting?
Okay, so let me see if I can make this work. I'm literally still like experimenting. Oh. The fuck? What is this? Fuck. Alright. That didn't work. I know no one's watching, so I can do whatever I want. Fuck. That's messed up. Of course. My dog is acting up, so that means that my food is here. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to turn on a little bit of music as I eat. You'll be able to see me. Temporarily, I guess. Oof. And I guess I'll study a little bit while I eat. Let me turn on my mic. Testing, testing. All right. Hello. Hello. Okay. All right. Well, since no one's watching, apparently, let me turn off the music too. In the meantime, I am heading into the sunlight because I want to. And also at the same time, I'll study a little bit here as well while I eat. For that, though. Uh-oh. Hi, Cookie. Cookie didn't follow me. That's rare. Usually she's jumping all over the place. When I have food. I feel like my ears don't function right now. I've had those headphones on for hours. I need to like blow up my ears actually. Okay, they work again. The pressure of like headphones was messing it up. And there's a little bit of rain coming. I just needed some sunlight today. Okay. Yeah, I definitely should have gotten like Popeyes instead, but whatever. It's a buttermilk ranch. There ain't no buttermilk ranch anywhere in here. Crazy. They always take it. They always leave out the sauce. This is me off. Let me wash my hands. Make sure I am not getting germs. I really hope this doesn't. I really hope I don't get like any viewers right now because I just really want to eat. I want to normalize for myself eating while streaming. So it doesn't seem like such a chore. Alright. I have no idea what any of this is gonna sound like. Yeah, so I did this actually. A log transformation for like a group project for last semester. And it definitely worked a lot better. Um yeah, for analysis. There's so much like important information here. Logarithmic base of 2. Hmm. Okay. Oh no, is that my iPad? Yep, that's my iPad. Of course it would come at the same exact time. Of course. Same exact time while I'm eating. And my mother's telling me not to give Cookie any food, and of course she's downstairs, so obviously she's not gonna get anything from me. Is this trying to be profound? I guess I'm good with it. It's a good metaphor. Alright. What? Oh, generalize the ability. I mean, yeah, the ability to generalize. That's what the it means when it says the data is supposed to represent some broader truth. Because the reason why you have a theory is to generalize. You test that theory based off of a research question, and then you base that research question based off of something that happens in real life. That's what I learned yesterday. So that's what I'm trying to learn today. Even though I've been like distracting myself the entire day. Oh shoot. Didn't even notice my officer was blocking my view of me. Point. Oh, I. It's like Beyonce on SNL tonight or something like that. Because why would they not have like a preview? Why should it be like the opposite of Beyonce, but still? You know what? I'm gonna watch like another stream or something. Maybe not. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna like not watch TV the rest of the night, then just wait until Saturday Night Live. That's how I always am. Uh-uh. Where's the very first stream on my page? Literally like, oh, girl dinner birthday party. Yes, I am gluttonous because I honestly only ate nachos this morning. By morning, I mean like 1 p.m. Actually, I was supposed to eat more, but I didn't. Like I eat the way that I used to back when my metabolism was a lot better. But now in the bike system. I'm not sure what I'm doing. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to watch this other show. The new episode. Might as well do that right now. Okay, Saturday, folks. I'm still burnt out from exams last week. So I 100% will not fault myself if I don't just like drill down and study right now. I'll drill down and study during the week then. Like at this point, I'm still too scared to like take any of the quizzes because I fear that if I do take the quiz, I'll end up like in a situation where I'd be ill preparing myself, even if I have skimmed over and I kind of have some familiarity with the concepts already. Because I not only have this class, but I have 2 other classes. So I want to wait until I've gone through at least 1 lecture before doing a quiz. I'm just a regular person, regular ass dude watching anime when I can. Eating fast food not because I don't know better, but because I don't have the time. Eating chicken strips like a little kid, or like I used to when I was a little kid. I mean, what is the? Oh, I'm like draining the battery on my remarkable tablet. Oh, I forgot something. Shoot. My iPad's literally still down there. And I'm gonna like shout, so like I'm gonna turn off the mic for a little bit. Okay, so the iPad cover came before the iPad itself. That's funny. Do I not check these things before I panic? Ugh. Odd. Please don't tell me that the iPad is here now. I just try to relax. Yep, it is. Oh god. I can't eat in peace, I can't watch TV in peace, I can't do anything in peace right now. Oh well. Well, there's Cookie. Yeah. No, Cookie. Stay. Stay, Cookie. Alright. That's taken care of good because I get that my father is here because otherwise I would not be able to get anything done. That that wasn't like about studying. Okay. I hope that wasn't heard. Hmm. The only way that I can actually finish fast food is when I just do not eat anything the entire day. Mhm. Gotta this page. Rather than gotta go back to this page already. 3 pages of notes. Too bad. I'm really a slow reader anyhow. Yeah, I really hope no one's like actually joined recently because I am just like trying to read such. Nothing in the chat, so a good indication. Only is that like if next week I do not stream during like the designated days that I study, well, what's gonna happen is that maybe I'll stream on that Sunday when I'm off, or Saturday when I choose to be off. And otherwise, this was a fun experiment, nonetheless. Wait, I can't write anything yet. I can't write notes yet. 'Cause I need to finish this drink. Then I need to take my probiotic afterwards. So find something else to watch. I guess. Multi-day battery life. Snapdragon PCs. Neat. I kind of feel like I should give my iPad, like the iPad that I bought today, mom. But then I realized like maybe I should give her the other tablet. The whole reason why I can't use the other tablet is because it's my arthritis. So I did already give her a gift now. So uh, I don't even know if this video is being heard. At this point, I don't care. I don't even know what color I bought. What color iPad did I buy? Okay, now I'm seeing like a Paperlight commercial, which is hilarious because I did buy a Paperlight right down there, downstairs. Ah, Trump's job approval rating is at 39%, which is the lowest for any president. At this exact stage at 100 days since 1945. What a surprise! Literally not even like a surprise at all. Oh yeah, yellow one. Neat. I always wanted like a yellow accessory. Now I have one. Oh wait, this is yellow. This my phone is yellow. Well, my phone's not yellow, but the cover is, so good enough. Blue and yellow, the combo. The cases that I got was blue because I didn't realize it was yellow. Wait. Oh, it was navy blue. What is the battery life for that iPad mini? That's the one that I got before. Uh, Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna figure out if I have any wipes up here. Don't. Oh, that's messed. I actually missed an hour of my walking. That sucks. Really. Might make me a lot less likely to round. Is a bummer. But oh, loaded. Sorry. Anyone's actually watching? Sorry. You until a week from I will take it easy. I'm not going to be an expert overnight, even though I enjoy the material that my classes are on this semester. Why are there like people parked right in front of? Oh wait, they're getting the mail, I think. Okay. Ooh, I need to my notes. I apologize for this. I have allergies. Oh no, you're not getting anything. We're gonna party or something. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is have a party of my own. Is vengeance. Like, are you serious? This thing really? That's crazy. This thing actually did that. Oh my god. That's no way. I don't like. Come on. Bullshit. Absolute. Okay, how does this computer I mean, of course, I guess I could always just do it like directly, but here's the fun that not not fun. These folks gotta have a neighborhood already like right near this house, near my house. So I'm gonna spy on them a little bit before I log back in. There. You'll only hold on to my ADHD attention and first to get the access code. What the hell happened with that, huh? Yes. Did you not get the access code? That's why does this thing say that my credit my credit improved by a point? My credit score improved by a point. Neat. Neat. Like it really dropped like 20 points just because I used up my um I used up my credit utilization. I mean, look, I only used up my credit utilization before because I was like, I'm gonna buy all this stuff because I need. Okay, shoot. Okay, I can't like hear anything. Hear this. Generate the code for me. Derby. Ooh. Illegal substance for a horse. I swear it's such a miracle that I'm supposed to be this good student with one viewer. I actually don't know because like Twitch told me that last night that my viewer count was 5. Like I had a maximum of like one viewer. Like my viewer count was a total of 5. Like I got like a random follower, which didn't make sense. That was the last night. That was like an overnight. I'm pretty sure there's like more competition now. So I'm almost certain that there's like less people that would be able to watch me or see anything I make. And that's alright. I gotta go back there. Alright. Well, cancel culture. Oh, come on. Seriously? There's no way that is. Why does it say then why does it say it's working? That's so weird. Oh, what? At least this works, even if it's weird looking. And then finally, no, actually, I'm gonna close this in favor. I am going to. Damn it. I'm going to unplug and replug in my webcam for this computer. See how that goes. In terms of it's showing me what I want to see. Camera feed. My feed. Video capture. I don't know how I spelled that. What the hell is wrong with this thing? What do you mean by this is not gonna be showing? That's crazy. No, this is legitimately nuts. You know what? We're showing my. That's even more nuts. No. So my. Then what the hell? Well. Okay. That's awkward. Oh. Oh. Isn't actually a face cam. Face cam. You know, let's see if. Whew. No one's watching this. I've been talking to myself for like the past how many hours probably. Okay. Now it's ready to share, I think. It is ready to share. Ready to share. There. That's me in my room. By the way. Yep. Okay. Oh yeah, where's my phone? Here. There we go. Ugh. I'm literally waiting for like one grade to come in, then all my grades are finished. But like, then I've gotten all my grades. It doesn't seem like it's ever going to come through. Yeah, there's no update. I don't even know if technically everything has even been graded. No, the only grades I'm seeing officially, technically, are oh, it's not even showing me the grades. That's okay. Yeah, 98.7 for one of my classes. The other class, well, what I'm guessing is a similar grade, a 90. Not 90, not just a 90. I'm too Asian for that. No. But seriously, a 97 point something. That's what I got in the other class. That's actually lower than, well, I mean, it's lower than the other class, but it was way higher than I expected to get, considering how harshly my midterm paper was graded. It was like an 88.9, I think. But then it, well, okay, then things happened. Able to bump that up. Sorry. I need to like take a photo of the sunlight, even with like all these random cars here. It is such a nice portrait, such a nice photo to take. And then I even want to take like a photo of like how this you'll be able to see, obviously. Oh, okay. Such a trip. Such a trip. Oh my god. Don't want my skin to be showing. Well, that is showing the photo. Whatever. I don't care anymore. Do I want to work this job together with somebody named Linda Lynn? Answer is no. I can't even get like my. I can't even get my Twitch and YouTube streams to work together. What do you mean? Do I want to work together with you to make your job happen? I guess it's like a whole cheating situation. Like I do all the work and then you get all the credit. That's happened to me before. No, it hasn't. No, I just watched that on TV actually. I would never. I'm too lazy. I think it like somebody's tried to do that with me before, and then I was just it was such a like that's what happens when you try to get somebody who does not know math that well. Now I do. Back then I didn't. You get somebody who does not know math that well, and you like try to make them uh come on, you can do it. You can do it. I believe you. I believe you, bro. Bro, I believe in you. Oh my god. This sucks. Okay. I guess for now I can beyond variation. Skew, which describes how distribution leans one side or another. Obviously, I feel like I've read this before because I literally read this throughout the stream. Indicative of the right skew because asymmetrical. Okay, I don't think I call it like two S's. Well, does not have two S's, I believe. Has two M's. Distributions of your right tail. That is a right skew. Yep. Okay, why would I write a note? I know this. Yep, symmetric. Right. Skew to the left. Skew towards the center, which is a normal distribution, symmetric, almost. Yep. Right skew. Yep. Like income, age, income. Social science is, yeah, there's a lot of inequality. So right skew is natural for social sciences, like instances dealing with age and inequities of any sort. Okay. However, of course, it's difficult to analyze data if it is skewed with transformations. And that's why trans people are valid, because you cannot analyze trans people unless you acknowledge that they are indeed transformed from your normal perceptions. Yeah. Why is my elbow so pointy? Why did that bother me? Common transformation, log transformation, natural log. Yep. Yep. So small increases work pretty well for log transformation, which makes sense. It becomes like really unmanageable for larger, more pronounced ones. Yep. It can be difficult though, if like even after log transformation still extremely skewed, but in most cases the skew comes from like really heavily one side and then maybe a little bit of skew towards the other side, but for the most part it becomes a normal distribution. Yep. So a log form reduces the skew. A theoretical distribution, reality, and the truth is with you. Uh, reality. What's in front of you, and then truth is what underlies reality. That is a good point. When you're only thinking of reality, the trap that you always fall into is that, you know, is your reality actually generalizable? Not always. It doesn't always generalize because you are your own specific context. And so it's seldom the case where, you know, you are actually where like your reality is 100% the norm. There's always little hyperparameters to life. You want the I've learned something about kids in general through average age. Ah, so sample mean versus the population mu. Okay, not pollution mu, population. Yep. The sample must be representative because you can never check for what is absolutely 100% true for the population. The best that you can normally do is simply to get as much data as possible, and thereby the sample is going to be representative as long as the methodology is precise, correct, free of bias, etc. Figuring this out requires us to think about how data behaves under different versions of the truth. Here are observed distributions. Our observations plus the theoretical distribution. I'm so sleepy. Oh, shoot. Like, my forehead was the only thing showing. Crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like go back to the actual textbook because some of this stuff is missing. Some of the like symbols are missing. And it does bother me that I can't find it. Straight up. Ooh, 63. Not good. Yep. English and yeah, kind of like X and Y. X, Y, Z. Oh. Mean of X. Greek letters represent the truth. Why did I not get this textbook at the start of this program? I swear that would have saved me so much time. None of the textbooks so far. And I've been in this this is my third semester already in this program. And absolutely none of them told us about how, Greek letters represent the truth. Latin or English letters are about, a variable. Modifications of either one are, representative of a calculation that's been done. They could have saved so much time. Certain Greek letters are representative of certain types of. Yep, exactly. Mu represents a type of mean. In this case, the population mean. Theta is the standard deviation. Or theta is for the modifications. Greek letters estimate of the truth. We don't know what the truth is. We can make our best guess of it. Maybe good, bad, or completely misguided, but it's regardless. Simple. Okay. Yikes. I think I'll stop sharing now. Stop sharing, and then I'm gonna stop sharing, and then I'm gonna just take a break from this. Not because I feel like I deserve it, but because I feel like I need a break. Yeah, I'm gonna change this. I guess what I can do now is unbox. God damn it. God damn it, are you serious? That's nuts. There's no reason for this. Okay, whatever. Well, I did stop sharing my notebook screen. I think what I'm gonna do is like, why do I have ChatGPT open? That's funny. Actually, I'm going to do this. I deserve a break. I'm gonna draw after setting up my pad. I deserve a break. I saw a pink cloud just now, so I'm gonna take a picture of that. Love seeing pink clouds. I love sunset. Sweet. We got a photo of them in the pink cloud. Alright, this is me unboxing. Yellow iPad, and then like placing it with a what do you call it? Am I doing an unboxing video? This is not 2012. Not unbox therapy, which didn't that like turn into a weird podcast? I remember for some reason, like I heard like that crew like talk about, oh, and Jada. I was like, wait, what? Why are you talking about this? What's this for? Who's listening to this commentary? Are we bored? Well, I am. Ah, okay. So this is so like weightless that I highly doubt this is going to yeah, this is not going to trigger my carpal tunnel. Yeah. Okay, I feel good about this. Even though like was like the Mac Mini. I do have a Mac Mini too. But the iPad Mini that I returned is a lot smaller, but a lot smaller though. It did have like a really nice it was really nice in my hand. It was just like way too small though for my needs and demands and such. So I was like, I need to get I 100 need to get something. Right. So I thought I would get I literally just like close it after this part because I'm like, no, I got what I want. Exactly what I want, which is this. This is what I wanted. Wanted the damn iPad. I'm gonna get the damn iPad. Now I got the paper like. I'm just glad I don't have to pay like $120 for a Apple Pencil Pro. That's great news. I know I got like the cheapest case I could find. I don't know why. I should have like splurged a little bit more. I was just like, ugh. Okay. I'm just gonna get what I can find and get by the end of the day. I think I impulse bought this around 4 a.m. in the morning. So obviously I was not in my sense with like everything. I knew what I wanted. I just knew that I just didn't like realize I didn't think about the color. I didn't think about the color, but I did know what I wanted. Which is like the important part, obviously. Ah, weird unboxing. What the hell? Huh, neat. Cornwall. Cornwall. That's neat. It is neat. Actually, it looks neat. Alright. Well, this is. Yeah, I'm gonna put this in the back for now. I wish I could like get a way better focus. Are you serious? Okay, this is actually a lot better than before. So yes, you were serious. Do the dust off. Well, no, I need to use the wipes first. Is I'm Why did I sniff that? Why did I sniff that? I should not have. Okay, I thought it was a stain, but that was the camera. Almost like no dust. Oh wow, all my lights turned on. It is late. Like 8 o'clock somewhere. Wait, is it 8 o'clock here? Yeah, it is actually 8 o'clock somewhere. Yeah, here. The day has flown by. No, it hasn't. Yeah, I don't think I would be. Alrighty now. Sticky side. That out. Oh, come on. Oh, hell. No, 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 don't do that. Like the hardest part for me. Just the bubbles are all over the damn place. I would be so mad if like this part doesn't even get there's no way that this is even showing up. So I'm doing this whole unboxing without like any type of visibility. That's nuts. This is a waste of time. Recording this then. It's not even showing up. That's messed up. I need to like find a way to make my Chromebook I'm gonna like destroy this thing, aren't I? Yeah. Oh wow. This sucks completely. Come on. Come on. Sorry. Oh my god. There's no way. Seriously. In the middle. In the middle, now I gotta do that part all over again. Up. God damn it. Fuck. Oh shit. Fuck. Nope, nope, nope. This was a massive fail. This is a massive failure. God damn it. All over the place, too. Nope, nope. I'm starting over. Look at this shit. No, I'm starting over. This sucks. This just made it worse. God. I should have just left it as is. Worst part is it's not even visible. No one can see my struggle right now. Then my father's distracting me because Cookie won't eat. I gotta concentrate on this shit though. Like I don't have time to try to make her eat. I literally don't even have time for life anymore. No, like I will like destroy this house probably. This doesn't work to a sufficient degree. Where is the card that's supposed to help? Like like it didn't come with a card, damn card to like try to help with this whole damn fucking process. It's nuts. And if, in case somebody is looking at my archives, since this will most likely get like 0 views, yeah, I'm currently trying to put on a paper like on my damn new iPad, and it's not working at all. I just gave up. I just gave up because holy shit. I'm not gonna waste like the one that I already put on here just because of the damn bubbles, but I'm so pissed. Like I really want to get things. It is how pissed I am right now. Oh, this pisses me the fuck off. There is no goddamn way or reason. Heck. This is like the worst like screen protector job ever. I just do not give a fuck anymore. I'm so tired. Why am I tired? I don't know. Probably because I know that I'm gonna have to study somewhere. And on top of that, like I tried to get my dance screen recorded, and now I'm stuck here. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of everything. Oh my god, I'm sick of everything. Absolutely sick of this. Okay. Okay. Here it is. Oh, at least I got the case on. Good, even though this sucks. Completely sucks. But I have the case on. This iPad is hefty. Wow. It's not thin at all. Unlike my it is not thin. You know what? Yeah, go back. All this sucks. Yeah, no, I don't think I'm gonna be doing a I actually do not think I'm gonna be drawing because of that bullshit. This bullshit. Yeah. Well, iPad's here. I guess I will try to compare. I've been streaming for 7 hours. After what? Oh wait, no, 6 hours. Yeah, I think we're gonna call it. Gonna call it. Maybe. I don't know. I'll just like relax. Like set up this iPad. Obviously, I'm not gonna be able to set it up while I have an audience. I don't actually have an audience. Oh, I'm just here being frustrated. Yeah, I need to like do the meditation that I normally do. For some reason, I didn't want to meditate today, but I will. Like, I know that 100% I will not be taking a quiz today. I will not be doing like anything remotely related to like work and such things. Why is my Razer camera not working? Ah, frustrating. This whole time, my Razer camera wasn't working. Well, that's no, seriously. What is that? Is weird. I thought it was working this whole time. Oh yeah, I'm just. Mm-mm. I was working this whole time. I mean, for 7 hours, these other cameras worked. Well, at least you can see my iPad. iPad. This is my first iPad that I'm going to actually keep. Probably. Hopefully. I might get tired of this one, of the heft, and replace it with the other iPad, but no. I mean, with the. I don't know. I mean, this is kind of light and it is pretty thin. I don't really have an excuse. In fact, what I'm going to do is exit. I'm going to turn off my other computer. This is nuts. Are you serious? Why can I find like the shutdown? Button? That was a bust. Next time, going to come. Oh yeah, easy. Okay, so why is this one viewer? Why is this heavier feeling than makes no sense? What? Bro. Really? Okay. Well, I most certainly did not get this for yeah, no, this is not easier at all to carry. I definitely have to two-hand this. I guess I can, two-handing it isn't too bad. Plus it's gonna, oh yeah, yeah. Can, yeah, once I set, you know what, I'm just gonna set it up. I'm just gonna stay on stream and set it up. I've basically quit on like studying for the rest of the nights until like probably midnight. Well, maybe no. I'm definitely gonna study while I'm watching SNL. It's like the best time to study because I'm engaged. I have no choice but to be awake. I have to trick my body into thinking it wants to do something. Actually, I need to see if I need to see. Oh, first off, I need to make sure cover just in case it falls. If it falls, it falls. But at least if there's a cover, it doesn't fall too badly. Put down. I'm shutting down my screen for my Chromebook. That is gonna be fun. Like it's very useful for situations where I want to like watch YouTube videos, but it's not useful if the situation is like one where I feel like I gotta do some real work. Uh, oh my god. The username did not be identified. Okay, that's I did spell that correctly. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to log into my cool. Oh yeah, that's right. And then for the iPad, I'm gonna need to I'm going to need to really only for the iPad, I'm going to need to log into my MacBook before I begin the setup process. I do not care that like my stream name is like really. I bet I'm so far along the stream that like I don't even know what I named at this point. I only logged in because like I didn't know brand new the same software. I mean, not software. service. So that's true. There's no grade. That utterly sucks. I mean, I bet like my teaching are like really busy because of fact that the semester ended, so they only have a few days left before they could actually submit a grade. Their grades. And I have zero grade. Oh, did I have any grade? I have all A's. Oh my god, I have all A's. I have all A's, but I didn't get my last grade. Oh, I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, I have all A's though. You know what? I will try to see if like I will put this screen capture like way to the back. Oh, what the hell? How dare you? Yeah, I'm removing that. Okay. I'm gonna make sure that like none of my personal info is actually released out there in the wild. I will show exactly what happened here. Oh wait, no. I want to do this. Well, I guess I want to be safe. I do want to be safe. I will do this another way. I will this here. You think? Sure. Yes. Okay. Wait. I'm so scared of this semester that this is not even hitting me right. This ain't even hitting me correctly. It's all like the group that I worked with, like for our group project, like how well we did, or I don't even know what to do now. Oh my god. I can't. I can't. I'm so scared of this semester, but at the same time, this makes me happy. You know what? I'm gonna start like recording. I'm gonna drop a TikTok video. I don't care. I'm gonna act like somebody who's 10 years younger than me. I mean, you're 10 years younger than me, with like they're not in grad school. I don't care. I do not care. I mean, if you're 10 years younger than me, but you're Filipino, you probably are in grad school. You could be in grad school. Not probably. Because in the Philippines, the age of graduating high school is 16, but like there are like 16-year-olds that end up going to college, university in the US. Why do I have to be this technical and be celebrating? I don't know what the hell happened here, but like, oh my god. This life is such a blur. I'm taking photos of this. I am taking photos of this. No, wait. Let me give them up. I need to see my transcript. I need to download my unofficial transcript. Yeah, my mic still works too. View the PDF of unofficial transcript. Oof. Should be seeing me actually for this. Okay, yeah, this is 100% why I can wait, oh, guess, yeah, good. Oh, it's the same network as my stream. I'm so surprised that, like, I would be surprised if, like, the stream has cutting in. Yeah. Oh, I am downloading this on my remarkable tablet, being my remarkable tablet work, and showing folks what the hell I achieved. Like, I am that petty. I'm that petty, I'm that excited, I'm that thrilled, I'm that scared. I know that the semester is not going to be easy because of all the quizzes. But, like, that part is messed up. Got quizzes on top of papers. However, this does make me feel joy. I do. That spark of joy. Go on ink. I don't care. Okay? Just print my damn transcript. I'm a damn transcript. Oh, babe. There's no way it's out of paper. I refilled the paper. I refilled the damn paper. Okay, weeks ago. Okay, maybe there is a chance that's out of paper. Oh no, it's just saying it's very low on ink. Yeah, I have the ink literally over there in my living room. I don't even know if music is playing on my stream. I don't even know what's going on. Wait, yeah, it should be. It's okay, yeah, wait. Maybe I will make a TikTok. I don't know. I'm so crazy today. Um Okay. Well, perfect timing for my mic to die off. Yeah, maybe I should buy like a new mic, another mic, so then I can just like attach it to my Tascam mic. But yeah, always. Even if my stream is a fail, my grades are not. But yeah, I have to. I do indeed have to. What do you call it? Print out my transcript. One for my parents, so then they can brag to their Filipino. Why did I say Filipino? Filipino. Their Filipino, friends, colleagues, loved ones back home. No, there ain't out paper. It's not out paper. But I will be right back so I can print this out. I don't know if anything is playing. It's not? Wait, what does this mean then? That's nuts. Is it like no shuffle play? Yeah, shuffle play. That's crazy. Oh, was it like not playing music this entire time? The stream is a fail. Even though my grades are not. Okay, I just found something concerning in my transcript. Looks like I am dual I'm in two programs at the same time. I don't know how to. Huh? I'm so confused. I Why does my transcript say I'm in 2 programs? How am I active in the program? No, because when I check my stuff, no. Oh wait, okay, it says cancelled. Yeah, because I did not want to be in another Boston University program. I swear. I'm good. I'm good. I'm so good. Okay, it says cancelled. I'm great with that. Yes. The other program's cancelled, which yes, it absolutely 100% should be cancelled. Cancelled. Good. I don't know why my undergrade is like in here. Well, I'm going to feed the cookie. Maybe I'll send a message. Be like, I'm feeding cookie. Yeah. I'm just gonna send a message. I'm feeding cookie. It's not like anyone's watching. I'll just let I don't know what type of visuals people want, but I got a 10-minute notification for some reason. Great. Okay. Once I'm done feeding cookie, I'm going to set up my tablets. Neat. hunger strike. I think it's because of her haircut and having to go to the doctor the day after her haircut. So she's like upset. As a result, she will not eat. So I will shut down my computer. Well, that one anyway. I'll use this, which is my MacBook. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Oh wait, why did I even do that? Like, I'm signed into the same exact account on my Mac Mini. What the hell? Okay, that's crazy. Yeah, actually. I'm just gonna. I have all A's, but. Oh, why am I bringing that up? Oh yeah, because I'm happy and I should be proud of myself for getting 2 sets of A's in grad school. Yeah. And somebody a little while ago told me, you know, maybe you don't belong in grad school because they had to drop a class. No, it turns out that I do. I just have to wait a little longer. Never give up, kids. That's why I'm still here streaming for no reason. To like probably no one. Yeah, so actually, let me go to something. Please. For now, while I set up this MacBook, I gotta switch the screen. Whatnot. to set up my iPad. Damn. Oh, you. Oh, I don't know if I remember my password. It's ironic because I always tell my folks to remember their password, their iCloud devices. Oh, you. No. I always forget the password. Sure, I guess I'm pretty smart at school and done with everything else. You get that too. How's the other? I should be getting it now. Anytime. I should be getting it anytime. Okay, 100%. Yeah. Sierra Relator. I have that. On here, this is a Mac Mini. What is it going on? Well, that's weird. Please send my code. I'm gonna stop sharing. Better code. Resend my code. I know Sequoia is later than Sierra. Because Sierra was the one with the vision. With the M1 MacBooks and also M1 Mac Mini. That's bizarre. Okay, well, like I'm literally trying to do like IT for grad school, so finally got a code. Yep, signed in. Goodness. I think last time I tried this, it would not. It just would not. So this is kind of a relief. But this time it's working. Okay, so now I'm gonna open Art Studio. And I'm going to turn on display link all over again. Yep, the iCloud backup from April. In like the final week of April, which was when I returned my Mac Mini. Bring it back, because I deserve this, I guess. Just, yeah, everything. Set it up. Maybe not Apple Pay. I don't think I feel comfortable doing that on an iPad. I know how easy it would be for me to just lose all my life savings. Continue. What is the voice of Siri that I want to use? Oh wait. Okay, good. I'm glad I went to a scene that like hid everything. Okay. Odd. I'm gonna choose the voice of somebody that I would maybe never. Siri, how's the weather? Hey Siri, send a message. Siri, set a timer for 3 minutes. Hey Siri, get directions home. Siri, play some music. And there's my speech impediments. Wonderful. Do not share my recording. I'm not getting like home iPad or home card or whatever that is. There's no reality where I will be getting that anytime soon. Okay, so I did ooh. Grab my iPad. And my iPad just the iPad just crashed. Okay, like are they ever going to give me my grade back? Yes, I know I made 8, but like I care about my grade. Okay, I care about my grade. I care about like getting it right and all that. Limited time to repeat your own. Why are they giving me a rapid deal when I already have it? I have so many services. I should not, but I do. story is completed. The story page. Do we have to be on the same network? If we do, that would suck. Shoot. Not me because I can't show my screen then. That's what it means. So it's not me at all. Actually. Yeah, I have Wi-Fi on my phone. Oh. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, well, I can't do continuity then, can I? Maybe. Yeah, I think Hello? Mm-hmm. Oh, he is right over there. Alright. Well, that sucks. I might actually have to bring this back and return it. That sucks. I mean, I knew that I didn't have screen sharing capabilities, but I thought at least... I don't know what I thought, really. That's odd. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll try again. See what's capable. Oops. Completely forgot what like happened. Okay. This is the only reason why I wanted to get an iPad, actually. So that I could like show my shit, my stuff. And now I can. But my screen is frozen because I turned on my Mac Mini. And so all my stuff like froze. Except for like this, because like this works because of the way that I configured it. That's about it. This is Cookie when she has hair. I made her look like a dinosaur. Yeah. Like I didn't really have a choice because like, you know, I couldn't really see her face. I couldn't really like not see her face. I couldn't really draw her all that well when like my iPad screen was only like 8 inches or something. So yeah, I didn't really have a choice, and so yeah, this is how big she was. So I couldn't get like into too much detail or anything like that. Now I can, and I'm so happy. I really am. I might buy like a better case though, like one that I could like stand up, that I could have like stand up. Actually, I'm going to. This is bothering me. I'm 100% gonna like. Does the Logitech stream cam work? Oh yeah, it does. The stream cam works, but the my Anchor does not. Anchor does not. So I don't know what to do. Yeah. I put. Just gonna mess up my stream. No, it didn't. Okay, good. Yes. Yes. Okay. 2 victories tonight. Fixed part of my stream. You know what? We're gonna see what the hell is going on with this. We are going to see what's going on with this. Might as well fix more of my stream. Don't mind that. Y'all don't mind that. Okay, no, it doesn't work. Doesn't work yet. It will work though. Mark my words. It will work. It worked last night. I mean, it worked last night, but it's not working tonight. That pisses me off. Whatever. Fine. I'll remove it. I did what I needed to do anyway, which was learn how to like stream my regular ass day, because I'm a regular ass dude just doing stuff. I cannot draw yet on here because my Apple Pencil is coming tomorrow. Not today, but tomorrow. Oh yeah, maybe I should buy a case. You know what, before I end the stream I will buy a case. That's my big challenge. I mean, I did study, even if it wasn't as much as I wanted to. Because I got distracted. I always distract myself. It's like the first day of class, of course. Well, first weekend of class, so yeah. Amazon. Okay, so iPad. I know I shouldn't be buying Amazon. Case with a pen, pencil, holder, and vertical. Like if I can also, do vertical. That'd be great. I need to stop like wasting my money. I really need to stop like wasting my money. Where? 125, 122. Oh yeah, those are what I need to do. Oh, and you can do, I can do multi viewing creation. Okay, and this is available tomorrow. And if I buy one more thing. Oh wait, but does it have a pencil holder? Oh, it kinda has a pencil holder. Well, I'm glad that didn't mess up my privacy. Oh yeah, I need to buy this, and I need to buy you know, the pencil holder. I mean the first generation Apple pencil charger. Shoot. Apple pencil. Charger. They say USB-C. Huh. Yeah, I don't even think they sell that thing anymore. I want like an actual like built-in charger, something I could actually use to do that charging thing. Yeah, no, I think that's probably the one. This is what I'm looking for. Maybe I need longer than 1.5 foot. Oh damn it, Monday. USB-C to Lightning, that one's like, nah. Never mind. That's true, I do need that as well, actually. I do need that on this one. Like the I don't know if this is gonna work out. Oh yeah, wait, if I do what my plan is, oh yeah, I do have the option of buying something like that. So they could like I don't know that. And then something that would be overnighted with. USB-A to Lightning cable. That's hopefully longer than 1.5 no, USB-A to Apple Pencil. Not second generation, please. I want first generation. Oh well, that's a neat one. So they have they have a 5-foot long cable that features my phone, my iPad, and my Apple Pencil. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I don't think the Apple Pencil comes with. It doesn't come with like a cable, right? Not actually sure. Cable. Oh no, it does. But the one that it comes with is a USB-C to Apple Pencil adapter. Yeah, but definitely. That's why I had to buy new. No, I didn't want to. USB-C to Apple Pencil adapter. Also the one that it comes with, I can literally just put it like here on my well, I guess I'm not, I can kind of see in that one. But yeah, it's that one. Then okay, that's neat. That's neat. That's neat. Neat. It does already come with something. It's just that. Yeah. I will definitely want one that I can like stick in my iPad. Yeah, it's something that I can stick in the iPad. So I'll probably buy one of those two. So I won't need that one. I guess I won't need that one either. The two use cases are that I'll use it for, like, you know, I stick it into the iPad, or I use it with like a USB-C cable. Is it raining? Oh gosh, that's not good. Oh no. I told my mother to have my father bring cookie with them, and it turns out I brought them out into a thunderstorm. Yeah, because we are under the one thunderstorm in the area. What the hell? Oh, that's not good. Oh, and there's hail. There's an ice marker. Do I have AccuWeather in this thing? No, I don't. Do I have radar on the weather app? Yeah, well, we're like in the one. Ooh, I should like keep my stuff private, right? But I don't care. This is crazy. Seriously? We're under the one place? We are in the one place where there is currently a thunderstorm. Okay, be right back. I'm going to. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna be. Like, when I come back, it's not gonna be for long, but still. I'm gonna charge this phone then, because I don't wanna be in a situation where I don't have power again, because this is Texas and a thunderstorm can take away my power, and that would suck. This is Texas, just a random thunderstorm. New wind map. I don't care. Oh, yeah, no wonder this looks like dark sky. Yeah, because I forgot that they bought dark sky a while ago. Maybe I might have like a better chance at like, showing what the weather looks like. No, but you can kind of see that like the window is. You can kind of see though that the window is. Okay, I'm clear. I'm like officially bored. Yeah, I think I'm gonna end the stream here so that I can turn off my computer just in case Texas happens. So thank you for watching, whoever did watch. I'll see you around next week, maybe 2 weeks from now, maybe. I'm not sure. All I know is that this was fun, and that is what that's why I stream in the first place. I mean, like, I saw like this Reddit post that was like, oh hey, you should be streaming for fun, right? You should be having fun while you're streaming. That's exactly what happened here. Even though like halfway through I was like, I can't put on my headphones anymore. It was still fun. Alright. Thank you for watching. I'm gonna enjoy my new iPad today and tomorrow. And tonight I'm gonna have to study because anyway, to my one viewer apparently, or to be honest, I don't know if like the view count on this on Streamlabs actually works. But anyway, if so, yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching, everyone. you know.